vote for Donald Trump, you want America, you want every American to be raped by Guatemalan migrants or whatever. They don't do that. No, they don't. They don't do that. You want to know why they don't do that? Because Republicans do actively try to brainwash their fucking audience and also simultaneously like run on positions that the captured audience members are actually advocating for. They're so fucking clued in on their base that they literally do things that hurt them politically, including banning fucking abortion. Like they're so captured by certain parts of their base of voters, like the evangelical Christians, that they've literally launched like 40-year fucking projects that successfully rip bodily autonomy from women. Okay? They do say that, but they are being so clearly manipulative and dishonest that it doesn't ring in the same way. My justification for voting for Kamala is her undying support for unions as well as her stance on healthcare. I'm a FedEx driver. Wait, what? Making around 50K a year. I hope for a union future. As for Palestine, I truly hope that her stepdaughter can somehow get through to her. You're right about hogs usually, but you're way off on the mark on this. No, okay. I didn't represent my position appropriately. Okay. The Republican Party actively gets their agenda done, no matter how awful it is. The Democratic Party doesn't, no matter how good it is. Okay? You're misunderstanding, but that's my fault. I will take ownership over my lack of effective communication on this. Okay? The Republican Party listens to their base, and no matter how fucking ride or die or how insane those policies are, they will push for it. Think about it this way. There are enough people in the base of support for the Republican Party that are so aggressive on the issue of arming Americans that the Republican Party will actively push for legislation that like allows ammunition vending machines near fucking schools. Or the Republican Party actively was running on arming teachers after the Parkland school shooting. It was the Parkland one, right? There's so many goddamn school shootings. I was about like the Republicans literally look to their base, or the Republicans literally look to their base and go, "Oh, these guys are fucking crazy, but we'll give them what they want. Fuck it, who cares?" Do you understand? They give their different constituencies. They give their different constituencies. Yeah, they did it after Uvalde too. They give their different constituencies what they want, and they push for it. And they don't just campaign every 4 years. They campaign every day. They campaign every day for 4 years. They campaign constantly. They're always on message. Democrats completely cast aside all this shit when they're in power. And only remember that, like, oh shit, we are running for election. We're running for re-election. Oops, time to fucking dial it up a little bit. And then a lot of people just eat it up. A lot of people in this community even seemingly eat that shit up. And then they turn around and posture like a vote for the Democratic Party is actually going to make abortion legal in the country, or somehow simultaneously defeat the Supreme Court supermajority. And it's odd. And I don't want the Republican Party to win, which is why I keep saying that the Democratic Party needs to do more, especially because when they do things When they do progressive legislation, then the reactionary Republicans fight against that. Okay? Here's how it works. I'm going to pull up Paint. I'm going to pull up Paint and try to explain this visually. Okay? Let's say this is the American political spectrum. Okay, this is max communism. Maximum commie. And this is Nazi. Okay, if this is the peak, okay, this is the peak of like where you can go in American politics. You push further and further right, you inevitably arrive at Nazi policies. You push further and further left, you inevitably arrive at, full-blown false dichotomy. It's not. It's reductive, but it's not a false dichotomy at all. Okay? Your handwriting kind of sucks. I know. Don't let the horseshoe theory idiots get a hold of this. Yeah. So here's how this works. Okay? Here's how this works. The Republican Party, let's do that with red, is like around here. And every year they go, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were here, and now they're here. Okay? And they keep pushing the needle. They keep pushing it over and over again. The Democratic Party can respond to that when they are in power. If the Democratic Party is like here, okay, the Democratic Party could pull back and potentially take back some of the reductions in civil liberties that the Republican Party has advocated for and successfully carried across the finish line. All right? They can do that. But if they want to do that, they have to literally go here so they can pull the Republican Party more to the left. Okay? The issue, however, is that the exact opposite happens. The Republican Party goes further right, and the Democratic Party goes further right alongside them. The greatest example of this in terms of domestic policy is on immigration. The Democratic Party in 2020, under the leadership of Biden, ran to the left of the Republican Party on immigration. They said that they were going to change. They said that they were here. They said that they were going to change in the first 100 days of Biden's agenda, that they were going to change immigration, change the course of immigration, and actually actively pull the country and actively pull the Republican Party to the left on immigration. They were going to fix the processing issues and whatnot. They didn't do that. Okay? They actively did not allow. They actively did not counter message against the Republican Party. The Republican Party never stopped pushing the narrative that immigrants are rapists and murderers and drug dealers, and maybe some of them are very fine people on both sides. Okay? So the country went further and further right, and it's an untested, uncontested narrative. So what did the Democrats do? The Democrats turned around and went more right on immigration and arrived here at the 2020 position of the Republican Party. What the 2020 position of the Republican Party on immigration, what the 2020 position on the Republican Party on immigration was, building the wall, and being more restrictive on immigration, literally became the Democratic Party's position in 2024. Okay? This is what is known as the ratchet effect. This is why you don't hear from the vote blue no matter who chirpers about how if you don't vote for the Democrats, you want kids in cages and you want migrants to be fucking murdered. They don't say that anymore because they can't say that anymore because the Democratic Party changed its position on migrants in cages. They are now pro at least 2020 migrants in cages. The Republicans, but remember, the Republicans even pushed the needle further. Now they're talking about mass deportation. Okay? However, on this front, Democrats could do this exact same thing. Democrats could actively push the Republican Party to the left on certain issues. As a matter of fact, on certain fronts, Donald Trump kind of did do that, where the Republican Party's overarching policy positions were always genuinely anti-social spending. Donald Trump kind of cast that aside. Donald Trump kind of cast that aside and said, he gave the stimmy checks during COVID, and he even ran on and still runs on not touching Social Security. Okay? Why? Because the entire country is like, the fuck do you mean Social Security? If you cut Social Security, that's insane. All the voters are old. They're going to fucking lose their minds. So the Republican Party was pulled on Social Security at least in the top of the ticket. Okay? The Democratic Party, and Megaphonics is right on this, focusing on Project 2025 forced the Trump campaign to cut Project 2025. The Democratic Party actively advocating against what the Republican Party has done on the issue of abortion has caused at least some of the Republicans at the top of the ticket to try to moderate their stances on abortion. This is because right-wing reactionaries are reactionaries. That's it. They react. So you have to give them something to react to. If you don't give them something to react to and you let them fucking ride on their narrative that is uncontested, like on the issue of immigration, then they will go further and further right until they're here. Okay? And when 2028 comes around and the Democrats have now gotten here, they will be the ones advocating for mass deportations. Okay? The Dems will move here. That's where the Republicans are right now on 2028, where they are the ones who are advocating for mass deportations, and the Republicans are the ones who are advocating for mass murder. Okay? So one of my active criticisms on this issue has always been that the Democrats don't launch a strong enough opposition to the Republican messaging on this front. And that is how they allow the Republican Party to push the conversation on things that are pivotal, things that are very important, like immigration, to become completely captured by the right. They capitulate to right-wing framing on immigration. And it's not just the Democratic Party that does this. Liberals across the board in the Western world do this all the fucking time. The Labor Party did it as well. Okay? You could say the same thing in the other direction too. The Republican platform will need to change if they lose the Dems every time. Yes, that is correct. That's why I like fighters like Waltz or even Bashar to a certain degree. Uncompromising Dems that are objectively popular in their states as governors who have consistently advocated for better leftist economic policies are popular for that reason, because people do believe in them. Why does the Democratic Party work against itself? 2024 isn't different from 2020 or 2016. We know how the Republicans operate, and that hasn't changed. As much as they may dislike it, the Republicans are unified as a party and no, they're not unified as a party. You're wrong. And consistently campaign, whereas the Democrats are divided and forget that campaign is necessary, yet act surprised when they're losing every year. And this isn't just a 2020 thing. It's happening in local elections too. The Republicans are not exactly unified either. I mean, that's why Joe Biden was able to actively campaign for the mythical moderate and independent voters that are living in the suburbs and whatnot. Because Donald Trump is so gross and so weird in the way that he advocates for crazy shit that he was repulsive to a lot of people living in the fucking suburbs. A registered Republican shot the Republican nominee. That too. Democrats are manipulated by corporate interests. That's why they don't do shit. I mean, I agree. Okay. What? A really good explanation on the ratchet effect? Dude, this is so nerdy and so boring. I'm sorry. I was going to link that, but it's a good read from 2005. Well, things have not changed. What is this? This is where the VP will take the stage this evening. Her first rally in this battleground state is launching her campaign. I mean, dude, I'd go to a fucking free Megan Thee Stallion concert too. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing I wonder is what happened to the so-called rhinos? Is there like opposition to MAGA Republicans within the party? Not necessarily. We need leading Virginia Senator GOP candidate Hung Kao. No one in the United States is like, oh my gosh, I will die if I don't have health care. Incentives, right? So doctors will innovate and do things better just out of incentive. And that's where we want to be able to have choice for everybody to, you know, if you want to pay more, then pay more and get better health care. It's just the way it is. But no one in the United States is like, oh my gosh, I will die if I don't have health care. No, they do say that. Like a lot of people say that. They literally, that's crazy. And they do. It's like healthcare, $5 a month subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast. These are like immediate necessities for the average American because no American should watch a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. Okay? Which is precisely the reason why you should subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I mean, this energy is pretty good overall. Not sure if this, like, you know, pushes the needle to, far enough for Georgia to be winnable again, but
Crazy.
So, I mean, the other point is, I mean, he's even made the case, right, that people with kids should have more votes and be able to vote for the kids. So there's a policy element to that as well.
If we pay for Amazon Prime, is it really free? Maybe you could say you get one monthly Twitch subscription included with your Amazon Prime membership. What are you talking about? Like, I literally, what am I doing? What am I doing? I need to stop reacting to people who are like, actually, no, Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account, which you can connect to your Twitch account. That's what I say.
I mean, so the other issue for Vance is his past very, very strong criticism of the former president and current candidate for president. I'll give you a couple. These come from the New York Times, excerpts from J.D. Vance's emails to a classmate of his from Yale's Law School. October 23rd, 2014. I hate the police. Given the number of negative experience I've had in the past few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through. October 4th, 2016. Speaking of Trump here, he's a bad man, a morally reprehensible human being. That, by the way.
Yep, there it is. I mean, look, dude, you're fucking woke your whole life. You're a libtard your whole life. You're going to have some libtard takes, some libtard tendencies. You know what I'm saying? With the exception of this one very weird thing. He's awful on every front. Like, he's a weak candidate on every front because he both simultaneously has like libtard tendencies, so that makes him look weaker. That makes him look weaker on the issue of on the issue of being like a solid, real Republican, right? But he also has a lot of of insane takes in terms of like what to do with women and shit. He's just awful on both sides. He's not even remotely manageable. So awesome to do after getting a VP who wrote the foreword for the director of the project's book and keeps babbling about implementing a monarchy. Yeah. Donald Trump is so cooked on this front. So absolutely unimaginably cooked on this front because he is trying desperately to run away from Project 2025. He's trying to constantly run defense for his VP's litany of different sound bites that just keep coming. And there will be so much more, by the way. You need to understand something. When you are trying to be one of the cool girls and going on every fucking right-wing groiper podcast and saying some of the most unhinged shit, you know, in that super sheltered echo chamber that you are leaning into, you might come across like a based groiper, okay? But the average American hears that shit and goes, what the fuck are you saying? That's it. He's like a super liberal incel just repelling from both parties. Yeah. It's so bad.
President Harris.
Look at this.
All of us were hit with a little bit of a political sucker punch. The bad news is that Kamala Harris does not have the same baggage as Joe Biden because whatever we might say, Kamala Harris is a lot younger, and Kamala Harris is obviously not struggling in the same ways that Joe Biden did.
Candid comments there, and they may just be an accurate assessment of how much Biden dropping out of the race has shaken things up, truly. But compare what you heard from Senator Vance there to what former President Donald Trump said publicly just a few moments ago on Fox.
I think she's a worse candidate than him. She's far more radical left. She is younger. I mean, she's 60 years old. A lot of people, I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger.
Joining me now is the reporter who broke this story, Isaac Arnsdorf, who is a national political reporter for the Washington Post. And it's great to have you, Isaac. I mean, this is the first time we're actually getting to listen to what Senator Vance said during that fundraiser. You obtained this audio. You reported on it earlier, but now tonight we're hearing it for the first time. And it's just notable given Trump was on Fox tonight just a few moments ago saying that he actually thinks she's a worse candidate. What do you make of what you heard in this audio from a private fundraiser compared to what we're hearing from the Trump campaign publicly about her viability?
Well, that's exactly right, Caitlin. I mean, it's not exactly an earth-shattering insight that Harris, in just a short week since taking over the Democratic ticket, has raised a ton of money, energized a lot of Democrats, brought out a lot of new volunteers, and has been able to make speeches and draw crowds and land attacks in ways that Biden was struggling to do. I mean, we can all see that for ourselves. The thing is that the Trump campaign had been publicly, including Vance himself, had been publicly taking this line of, you know, nothing to see here, nothing has changed, and that's different than the message she had for these donors behind closed doors.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you're right. It makes sense because essentially they're saying, you know, they want to act like everything's fine and that it hasn't changed much. Obviously, it has changed. We all know that, and people do concede that. But the question is, you know, what does this attack look like on Harris? How are they going to go after her since they do have a new opponent? And he also talked about that on this audio that you obtained. I want everyone to listen to that.
And we wonder, how is the world caught on fire? How is there a new war in seemingly every continent in the world? And it's because Kamala and the Democrats lied about Joe Biden. It kind of leads into the good news because no person in the United States of America owns the disastrous Harris-Biden agenda more than his own vice president of the United States.
What's interesting is, you know, part of this audio is they did seem to have concerns about shaping perception of her because everyone has a fully formed opinion on President Biden, on former President Trump. He thinks from that audio, it sounds like that it's not that case with the vice president here.
Right. There's another part in the remarks where he basically says, you know, love him or hate him. Basically, everyone already knew Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and most people had their minds made up. And Harris is just a lot less well-known, a lot less well-defined. And so it's a race between both campaigns to try to shape Americans' impressions of her, almost like a reintroduction. And the Democrats are out with their story of how they're trying to.
Yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? Why did it get like weirdly dark in here? I will say this, and now it's getting weirdly lit. The camera's like fucking up. I will say that I personally think it's really funny that every time you call these guys weird, they just double down on being weird and say some of the weirdest shit, okay? They're called clouds. No, the camera got. Okay, stop. It didn't actually get dark in here. It was just the camera that got dark for no reason. Tyre's cooking on the 5.
It just makes no sense. And what if we had black dudes, black brothers for Trump? Well, we'd all lose our blackness.
Wait, what? What do you mean? You do? There is that. That is a thing. Blacks for Trump is literally a thing that has been around since 2016. What? Remember? That's my African American over there. That's like that's what it is.
As soon as we showed up for the meeting. So I mean, or what if we had white guys for, I don't know, Nazism? You know, like where do you draw the line?
What the fuck? Dude, this is awesome.
Well, Democrats have found a new way to rally support.
I love Fox News Tire suggests white dudes for Harris could lead the support for Nazism. I love how they just keep being weird as fuck, okay? Yeah, let's have the wrestling guy come on to say some really unhinged shit. We will definitely defeat the we're not weird. We'll definitely defeat the you are weird allegations, okay? We'll do so well. This is why I was confident. This is why I was confident when chatters were like, dude, why aren't you guys saying, Hasan, why are you fucking saying this? Like, what if the Republicans listen to you and then they stop being fucking weird and gross? And I was like, no, that's not. That's the one thing that they know. They don't know anything else. They legitimately think this is how everyone thinks, and they're secretly hiding it. You understand?
And I heard the scientists say the other day that when a man votes for a woman, he actually transitions into a woman.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's what the
Yeah,
science
that's
says.
science.
man.
That's
Yep.
Curious kind of how you're thinking, you know, when you think about the way that you put out content and the way that you think about growing your media empire.
Here, this is a blowjob.
What, I don't know what, I'm
Oh, I've been on this tip for so long. You guys know this. I've been a massive fucking advocate for this. Like, Republicans are weird shit for so long. So this is me receiving my flowers. Okay.
for Kamala Harris with virtual safe spaces. Last week, the campaign hosted various Zoom calls with titles like "Win with Black Men," "South Asian Women for Harris," and "White Women Answer the Call 2024." Last night, it was time for "White Dudes for Harris."
So much of politics is just vibes. Having said that, the vibes right now are incredible.
I was brought to the party not so much as being white, and I certainly am, but because I'm a dude. I'm white, I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris.
The idea that men can gather to talk about how we feel. Interesting, powerful concept.
What a variety of whiteness we have here. It's like a rainbow of beige.
What do you think about that? Rainbow of beige.
Sounds like a fun day to me. So racist. It's the polite racism cracks me up. And Jesse's supposed to be the embodiment of conservative racist face, but it's never.
I thought
it's never the
on the face of
Republican
polite racism.
who ever bring up race. It's always the same thing. White dudes for Kamala. Awesome. So now I'll start setting up.
It's never the Republicans that bring up race is so funny. Yeah. Conservatives, I'm weird. How about I show you 2,500 anti-trans memes I saved on my phone? Still think I'm weird? Are you fucking kidding me? I've got about 100 videos of leftish, I'm not going to say the word, in their car crying because someone misgendered them. That's weird, man. Why do you have that on your phone? You're an utterly repulsive person. Yeah. Conservatives never bring up race. They just say CRT and DEI or woke. Advocate to change history.
Up white dudes for Tyrus. Like, it just makes no sense. And what if we had black dudes, black brothers for Trump? Well, we'd all lose our blackness as soon as we showed up for the meeting. So, I mean, or what if we had white guys for, I don't know, Nazism? You know, like, where do you draw the line? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is white the issue? It should be men, since and according to them, everything's gender fluid, and you could literally be in a meeting and realize the whole time you're in the white dudes for Kamala that you really should be at the black women for Kamala meeting next week. Like, this is pathetic, and this is what they do. And I'd just like to point out, there wasn't one regular dude on there. It was all guys who haven't done movies in a while. And none of them looked the camera dead in the eye. They all looked to the side, which is acting for, I need to check. None of them looked in the camera and said, I'm light skins for President Trump. Our meeting's tomorrow at 4 p.m. I won't be there because I don't believe in this stuff.
They're doing a great job. No, they're doing a great job being normal. This is very normal stuff, man. Thank you.
It did feel a little bit like the struggle session, right? There's a lot of feelings were being discussed.
Yeah, they're pussies. Like, that's actually a better line. Like, saying that these dudes are pussies is like a better line than just being like, you turn physically into a woman if you vote for a woman. You're trans now. You're a trans woman now. I also have no feelings, ever. I've never felt. I'm so manly. This is great. If I'm a shitty ass former wrestler, is he still currently a wrestler? I don't know. I probably wouldn't be chirping about how like not famous the actors were on the white dudes for Kamala Harris call, especially considering that like the Republican Party is not exactly flush with hot talent. You know? It's like they got John Voight, Clint Eastwood, and I guess now they have Kid Rock. I mean, they've always had Kid Rock, and now Hulk Hogan.
Position her as a prosecutor and as an optimistic voice for the future. And you're seeing the Trump campaign kind of try a lot of different things right now. And in the Senator Vance was talking about that in the clip we just heard, you know, some of the ways they're trying to pin some of Biden's record on her, make her responsible for that, accuse her of covering up for Biden's health. And then you also heard in the clip from former President Trump talking about some attacks that are specific to Harris, you know, making her out to be a San Francisco liberal. So it's kind of a grab bag at this point still. They are seeing what kind of message they can drive that's going to connect.
Yeah, they're still coalescing around that line of attack. And I do want to note that the Trump-Vance campaign put out a statement tonight on this audio, and they said poll after poll shows President Trump leading Kamala Harris as voters become aware of her weak, failed, and dangerously liberal agenda. Her far-left ideas are even more radioactive than Joe Biden, particularly in the key swing states that will decide this election, like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Wanted to make sure we noted what their response to this was. Isaac Arnsdorf, great reporting. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, radical liberal Raphael Warnock. That was pretty successful. That's why he's not a senator. All right, let's continue with J.D. Vance.
Not a singular comment. I mean, he referred to Trump as America's Hitler here. How does this play for him among Republican voters here, right? Because, I mean, to the extent that Fox News is playing this kind of stuff, I mean, some of them are going to see this.
I think what we're seeing here, the fact that Trump came out and cleaned that up shows how uncomfortable members of the party are. But I also think that we don't know this party very well as it is now. In 2016, the party that Trump took was one that was against him, and he was constantly fighting the forces of the establishment and traditional side of the party. And now he kind of owns it. Yeah. But even he does not know exactly what does that mean and how far can I and my men go in making these kinds of attacks. And they're finding that those lines are interesting, but also we have no polling right now of how he will do against Kamala and how these kinds of comments, when you have a woman running for president, how those resonate. I think it's really interesting. It's 98 days out. We don't actually know from just data how this is playing out.
Yeah, and I mean, as you see Trump struggle there to explain some of these comments, you get a sense that even he sees the political sensitivity, potential damage from this.
Some newly resurfaced emails tonight between J.D. Vance and one of his law school friends. Sophia Nelson says Vance called Trump a bad man, morally reprehensible as well, and he worried about Trump's rhetoric and that it could endanger Muslims. He said that the more white people vote for Trump, the more blacks will suffer. CNN's Aaron Burnett spoke with Nelson tonight in an exclusive interview.
What I've seen is a chameleon, someone who is able to change their positions and their values depending on what will amass them political power and wealth. This isn't someone who evolved on one or two issues and with new information. This is someone who has changed their opinion on literally every imaginable issue that affects everyday Americans in this country and change the way they speak about people.
Back with my panel here, I think one of the most problematic of these messages is this one from 2014, where Vance says, "I hate the police. Given the number of negative experiences I've had in the last few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through." If Kamala Harris had said that, it would be a whole other conversation, I think.
Yeah, I think that J.D. Vance certainly has the right to change his opinion. I think that that's what happens in politics all the time. Donald Trump certainly has changed his opinion as well. But I find it interesting that he talks about he can't imagine what a black guy would go through. No, you can't imagine what a black guy would go through. No, you cannot imagine that at all. And so I think that, you know, from the standpoint of somebody who's changing their opinion and changing what they really think, I think that J.D. Vance is going right along with Donald Trump and what he's done on abortion and a bunch of other issues as well.
Look, this was a private correspondence between him and someone who was at the time a very close friend of his. They used to text and email about, you know, everything going on in the news, and they would disagree because Sophia was more liberal and Vance was more conservative, and they had really thoughtful, intimate conversations about all these topics. I think this is why you have to understand the way he speaks to a private friend, really talking heart to heart, is a lot more unguarded than something I think any one of us would say if we were suddenly now public figures, right? Sure. So I don't think you can necessarily say that because that rhetoric is so pointed, I hate the police, and make that one-to-one with, like, if Kamala had said the same thing publicly.
I mean, the reason I say that is because I think you know as well as I do, if there were any private, public, it doesn't matter where the messages were, if any Democrat were caught saying, I hate the police, that would instantly be attached to them as a political attack.
And your point,
whether or not they change
point
their
that you
view
just
or not.
made is that in those intimate emails, those private emails with his friend, is when he was actually being truthful. So I'm kind of marveling at the lack of vetting that seems to have gone on in the Trump campaign that had a lot of time to pick their vice president. They had a ton of time. And I've been, amazed at just all of the things that came out. Look, and I think, to me, it's very funny when I hear J.D. Vance talk about Kamala Harris as a DEI hire, because I think he got a book deal, and I think he got a TV contract, and I think he got a movie deal, because he's a DEI hire. You want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion? He came on, and he was supposed to be the hillbilly translator, which was something that was sorely lacking on national TV and in the movies. And so if we're going to talk about hiring somebody because of
the hillbilly translator. Libs are like, we made you, we can break you. Basically. Also, fuck Anna Navarro.
They represent and the color of their skin and where they come from. Let's start with J.D. Vance.
In the 9 days since Kamala Harris replaced President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket, she has essentially tied Donald Trump in many polls, really across the board. Some suggest that whoever she picks up as her running mate could help give her the edge. The pool of VP candidates is starting to thin out now, as of this morning, and I guess it should because they're kind of out of time. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer saying she's not part of the vetting process. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper withdrawing himself from the candidate pool just last night. That is where CNN's Harry Enten comes in. Talk to me about these VP candidates and some of the top candidates, if you will, how they do electorally in their states.
Yeah, so, nationally, a lot of these guys aren't particularly well known, so I think it's important to look at their home states, the people who know them best, to get an understanding, of how popular these guys can potentially be. So this is how much they outperformed Biden's 2020 margin in their last election. All these guys ran in 2022. And the one name that just stands out on this list is Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania. Look at this. He outperformed Biden by 14 points. My goodness gracious, look how large that is. Sometimes I think an answer is just staring you straight in the face. And in this particular case, Josh Shapiro is looking at you right in the face. Look, Mark Kelly's not too bad either, right? He outperformed Biden by 5 points. And keep in mind, he was running in a federal race, which isn't quite apples and apples, right, with a gubernatorial statewide race. But still, 5 points, not bad, outran all the other Democrats in Arizona. Tim Walz, who seems to have been picking up some sort of momentum on social media. But look at this. He only outperformed Biden by 0.6 points. Very much on a different planet than.
Okay, now I'm fully invested in Waltz. No. The way that Harry Enton just shit on him subtly, I've been negatively polarized to ride with Waltz. Nope. Because, like, he is. Look, Josh Shapiro sucks, but he makes Pennsylvania a lock. That's it. So, on that front, he's not wrong. He's not wrong when he says, like, when an answer is staring you right in the fucking face. Like, I get why you would make that calculation. I get it. But you can still win Pennsylvania even without him.
Than, let's say, a Josh Shapiro, who's the clear runaway winner on this particular
Is Shapiro just as conservative as Fetterman? No.
metric.
Is there proof that the VP candidate can help him carry a state?
Right. So we look at all of this, right? We go, okay, what does this exactly mean? There is one proven effect for a VP, right? And it is, in fact, this home state effect. Look, it's not necessarily particularly large. It's 0.5 to 2 points on average added to their running mate's margin compared to the baseline. But you know how close
I was
elections.
going to say, that's how much they're going to win some of these states.
This is the whole ball game. I mean, Pennsylvania last time was decided by 1.2 points. You look at Arizona, it was decided by 0.3 points. If you're able to add 0.5 to 2 points, that could all of a sudden help you capture a state like Arizona or Pennsylvania, especially when you got guys like Shapiro, who outran Biden by 14 points, or Mark Kelly, who outran Biden by 5 points. They could definitely be the types of candidates who could help put one of those two states over the top.
Which of the top candidates' home states is most likely, or maybe most important for Harris or Trump to win?
Yeah, there you go. So if let's say you're choosing between a Mark Kelly and you're choosing between him and a Josh Shapiro, which of these two states is the one that you actually want to provide that boost to? So this will give you an idea, all right? The chance that this state puts either Harris or Trump over the top in the Electoral College.
It's not a question.
Once again, look at Pennsylvania as the clear runaway winner here. A 30% chance that is the state that puts you over the top in the Electoral College. Arizona, it's just a 4%. Minnesota's less than a 3%. Why is Pennsylvania so important? Well, it has so many electoral votes. It has 19 electoral votes, right? So if you're able to put that in your back pocket, all of a sudden, your electoral map for Kamala Harris becomes that much easier, and it makes Donald Trump's map a lot more harder. Or a lot harder, I should say.
Not a lot more harder is also a way to say it. Not leading us to any conclusion, though, of where she'll end up, but interesting nonetheless.
Interesting nonetheless. I don't know which way she'll go, but the math points in a very clear direction in my mind.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
John.
All right, with us now, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the second highest ranking Democrat in the Senate and the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Senator, have you received your...
I mean, they love Shapiro. They're right. That analysis is sound. It's correct. They're not just cooking up the charts. That analysis is correct. If you're simply looking at it on a one state basis, it's correct. Pennsylvania is a must-win state for the Democratic Party. And the reality of the matter is Josh Shapiro literally fucking locks it down. Josh Shapiro will lock down Pennsylvania for the Democratic Party. Shapiro is not popular in PA. It doesn't matter. Josh Shapiro literally won against Doug Mastriano, a psychopathic right-wing MAGA Trump supporter who was Donald Trump's pick. He won by 16 fucking points. You can't say that he's unpopular. He is literally tested. He's literally tested, battle tested in front of MAGA supporters. He won because Doug Mastriano was insane. Wait, what? Why is this data relevant? It is relevant. It's relevant because Donald Trump is on the ticket. Donald Trump is literally currently on the ticket. He'd be running against Donald Trump and JD Vance. Why do we hate Shapiro except for Zionism? He's more conservative than the other top of the leaderboard contenders. Him and Mark Kelly are the two that are actually kind of ass. Mark Kelly is responsible for, there was one of the Democratic senators that literally had a make or break vote on the PRO Act, and he fucking destroyed it. And Josh Shapiro has worked with the Republicans in his fucking state to push for charter schools, which is anti-union. Ultimately, though, they're both ass, but astronaut wins you more points, and it'll win you PA as well. No, Mark Kelly fucking sucks. Fuck Mark Kelly.
Your vetting materials for the vice presidential pick?
What's my top VP candidate? I mean, it was Gretchen Whitmer. But obviously that's not going to happen. There's no two women. There's no two women fucking Democratic Party ticket. But I like Pritzker, I like Waltz, and I like Andy Bashir. I like all three of these people. I will take any of these three people. I don't have like a super strong preference over one over the other, especially as new information has come to light about Andy Bashir's attitude towards pushing for the IHRA anti-Semitism definition bill. I find that to be really fucking gross. I find that to be really bad in general. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Wait, what? I mean, I get to do that. Literally, I'm a political commentator. I definitely get to do that in front of a massive audience, as a matter of fact. An audience that people think could literally change the trajectory.
The Trump campaign and its associates have started running ads against Vice President Harris. And the New York Times this morning has noted how she has shifted some of her positions since she was first running for president in 2019 and 2020. I'm just going to read you a paragraph from the Times article. She changed her position on fracking in Pennsylvania. She released that just Friday. And the Times says, in addition to changing her position on fracking, campaign officials say she now backed the Biden administration's budget requests for increased funding for border enforcement, no longer supported a single-payer health insurance program, and now echoed Mr. Biden's call for banning assault weapons, but not a requirement to sell them to the federal government, which she had apparently backed before. How do you think voters feel, Senator, about a candidate who does shift positions?
Well, the issue may be so central to the campaign that it makes a significant difference. But I think the bottom line is the voters judge these candidates in their entirety. They have an image of Donald Trump. They have an image of Kamala Harris. And that propels them to make a decision on how to vote. Take a look at what's happened since Joe Biden stepped out of the race and Kamala Harris stepped in. There's been a dramatic shift of young people, for example, in their opinion of whether this race is important. So it's in the entirety of the career of these individual candidates as well as all of the positions they take. It's seldom that one position is going to decide a vote.
Because the Republicans in the Trump campaign are now trying to label the vice president as a...
This man is so old, he's about to die on camera. Excuse me. Put some respect on the Senate whip, okay? A man who is so asleep on the job, it blows my mind. Dick Durbin is so bad, and Chuck Schumer too. Like, at least Nancy Pelosi has some fucking balls, dude. Nancy Pelosi, I don't like Nancy Pelosi. I hate Nancy Pelosi. Put some respect on Nancy Pelosi regardless. I absolutely despise these fucking dickheads in the Senate. They are so bad. They are the laughing stock. They are legitimately so, they're just allergic to doing anything. Like he could have had countless hours of Senate committee hearings on the motherfucking Supreme Court. Like, oh my God. I don't even want to think about that. If Mark Kelly got selected in Arizona, they have time to replace the individual with someone from the same party. No, I know, but doesn't he have another re-election coming up? Now you're putting someone that's less tested on that place when he's already popular in the Senate. Yeah, in the midterms. Anyway, I hate this motherfucker.
Liberal. What will it take to keep that from staying?
Megan Thee Stallion is live. Oh shit. We interrupt our broadcast for Hot Girl Summer. Dude, politics nerds when they see someone dancing and singing. Oh! Yes! People do not care about this at all. This is crazy. Okay, we're not watching this. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. We're moving back to Dick Durbin.
Dicking.
Well, they're going to beat her with it as long as they can possibly do it, try to make an impression. But I think they're going to find that a former prosecutor, state attorney general in California, who served on the Senate Judiciary Committee with me, has a lot more to her background than just this simple labeling.
One thing that may have backfired on Republicans are comments from Senator J.D. Vance. He made them in 2021. K-File, CNN has reported that he actually made them over a period of time repeatedly about people who don't have children, suggesting that people who don't have children, the word he used, can be sociopaths. And then he used the phrase childless cat ladies at one point to describe then Senator and Vice President Kamala Harris. I want to play you what former President Trump said about this last night. Listen.
All he said is he does like, I mean, for him, he likes family. I think a lot of people like family, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you know why? You don't meet the right person, or you don't meet any person, but you're just as good, in many cases a lot better than a person that's in a family situation.
So Trump is saying maybe being single makes you better than being in a family situation, but why do you think these comments have been so resonant?
Because an effective candidate for president should not be saying negative things about people who are childless. Some of them have made the decision to be childless, and some.
Dude, this man is like basically the crowd. This man is the white guy who is just not moving at all. As Megan Thee Stallion is, oh my God, being, look at, like, it's, oh God. She's just blessing this fucking crowd with her ass, okay? And they are not appreciative enough. The reason why I went to Dick Durbin is literally for this reason, okay? I cannot sit there and watch this performance be wasted on an entire crowd of people who are not there to appreciate it. She's singing. She's not giving positions. Like, look at this guy. Get out of here, man.
Some have tried very valiantly to raise a family, and they've just been physically unable to do so. Both childless and families deserve representation from the very best candidates for president. J.D. Vance's comments are troubling at a minimum.
Senator, you're going to hold hearings today on the Secret Service and their response or lack of response to the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, including, I believe, testimony from the now acting Secret Service director. How has your faith in the ability of the Secret Service changed over the last few weeks, given that attempt?
Listen, we hear lots of theories about international assassins and terrorists and their threat to highly elected officials in the United States and elaborate schemes and technology. This was a 20-year-old community college student who defied the best expertise of the United States and the Secret Service and law enforcement in Pennsylvania and locally, and came within an inch of killing a former president of the United States. You'd say to yourself, what in the hell happened here? We're supposed to be better than that. We have thousands of people who are in government and responsible for keeping these elected officials safe.
As much as I hate Dick Durbin, he's been one of the biggest allies for DACA recipients. That, and also he was like one of the first high-ranking Democratic Party officials to call for a ceasefire. Fun facts with HasanAbi. I still hate him though. But it's like similar to Dianne Feinstein. I used to shit on Dianne Feinstein all the fucking time. Except Dianne Feinstein alongside with Dianne Feinstein, fun fact, alongside Bernie Sanders were some of the only fucking senators in the entire goddamn nation that were actively actively criticizing BDS legislation on First Amendment grounds, which they should. Why do you hate him then? What do you mean? Because he's a fucking incompetent little freak and an Illinois politician in general. It's going to take a lot for me to like someone from Illinois in politics. Dick Durbin is a soulless husk who is genuinely incompetent. You're literally from California, law. Dude, the one fucking place where the Democratic Party is just like openly corrupt is Illinois. Like worse than California. California Democratic Party officials are awful. They're ass cheeks. They're fucking institutionalists. They're really fucking annoying. I mean, I hate Gavin Newsom. I'm literally advocating for the Illinois governor to be the vice president. Okay? And not my own. I have actively said Gavin Newsom sucks ass and should be nowhere near a position of power. The fuck do you mean?
That's why we're having this hearing this morning.
What do you hope to find out?
How we failed, and we did fail, and whether we can avoid that in the future. And I take it personally. We're 20 days away from a Democratic convention in my home, not my hometown, but the town I represent, Chicago, and I'm proud to represent it. We want to make sure we do everything to keep every person safe who visits our city.
Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate your time.
Moments ago, I sat down with former President Trump for a wide-ranging interview, telling me things that he has never told anyone in an interview before. Enjoy. Mr. President, first, I would like to say a belated congratulations for retiring Joe Biden, at least from the campaign. And now the polls are coming out for his replacement after a whirlwind positive press for Kamala Harris. But the Real Clear Politics average shows you up at about 1.75%, 7% over her. But before the debate, Biden was 1.5 points behind. So you've actually slightly grown your lead on the national poll. So how do you keep Republicans?
RCP is literally the one fucking pollster aggregate that was wrong on the red wave momentum. Given the way that they weigh certain polls, RCP is literally the one poll aggregate that actually said that the red wave was out of control and it was going to happen. And that's literally what Joe Biden points to. RCP is, if you're an annoying little poll nerd, is very right-wing skewed. Yeah. There it is. Here it is. Battle for Senate RCP projection was a net change of +3 GOP. They were completely off base. That is the actual one right-wing aggregator that like Biden points to say, everybody said there was going to be a red wave. So, yeah, not the best. Not the best I agree to point to.
It's positive and not buying into kind of the negative publicity that they're seeing.
I think she's a worse candidate than him. She's far more radical left. She is younger. I mean, she's 60 years old. A lot of people, I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger, but she's 60. She is talking a big game, but her game is pretty bad. I mean, she was the border czar. She's trying to pretend that she wasn't. You know, it's an amazing thing that's happened too, because we did a long time ago.
It's an evolution, Mr. President, that yes, she was more progressive in 2020, but that she's moved to the middle on a number of these issues, and they're making a concerted effort to.
Remember what I told you about Kamala Harris and how she will hurt her own momentum if she doesn't separate herself from Joe Biden on immigration and other shit? If she doesn't actually separate herself from Joe Biden in a meaningful way? And if she does the worst possible thing that she could ever do, which is capitulate the right-wing framing and immediately get scared by right-wing attacks and lean on your centrist bona fides, I think she's going to do that. It seems a new Kamala immigration ad just dropped on the timeline.
On the border, the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents. Kamala Harris supports investing in new technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Donald Trump blocked funding for technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Kamala Harris supports spending more money to stop human traffickers. Donald Trump blocked money to stop human traffickers. Kamala Harris prosecuted transnational gang members and got them sentenced to prison. Trump is trying to avoid being sentenced to prison. There's two choices in this election. The one who will fix our broken...
Controlling the border is insanely popular, though, despite reality. This is what a lot of people want to hear. First time analyzing campaigns. Welcome. Must be your first time, I guess, because you're saying this. Because this is pure delusion, okay? Nobody thinks the Liberal Party is the pro-border control party. If you are the Democratic Party, you are pro-immigration. If you are the Republican Party, you are pro-killing immigrants, okay? No one is going to turn around and be like, you know what? I've decided that I'm going to vote for the real border control party, which is the Democrats. They're not. All you will do is get people to go, oh shit, even the Democrats are agreeing that the border is a massive fucking problem. I think I'm going to go with the party that's been saying that for years. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun.
An immigration system and the one who's trying to stop her. On the border?
That's pandering to swing voters. No, that's not. You're literally doing the opposite pandering. No, you're wrong. You get a fucking moment of hypocrisy, but the much broader issue that you are now capitulating on is the notion that the Republicans were always right when they said immigrants are rapist drug dealers. Don't come in here with some foo-foo shit if you're new. The salient part of this messaging is Republicans are right on immigration. Immigrants are fucking rapists, drug dealer, murderers. And we in the Democratic Party want to legitimately try and stop them from raping your children. This community hates this message, but the 40+ parents in my suburb, Michigan, literally said to me that they're happy Kamala, she could fix the border for once since they heard Trump block a fix. I was fucking floored. No, it doesn't matter. Your parents, I suspect, in your Michigan suburb are still libbed up the fucking wazoo, though. Right? Did this actually change the dynamic for them? Were they like, oh, I was actually going to vote for Donald Trump, but I believe Kamala will be the one. I am 40+. I am the parent. These are other parents. Oh. Okay, those other parents, were they actually voting for Donald Trump and now they're voting for Kamala Harris? Did Kamala Harris actually win them over on the border front? Because if they believe that, they're already liberals. So they're already a given, they're already a vote to take for granted anyway. My argument is, for those in the actual fucking margins, for like people in the middle that are like, oh man, I don't know. I don't really want to vote for Trump again. He's really fucking gross and weird. For those people, this is a push. They see this and they go, most of them are probably already liberals. I get your point. Just sharing, these people fell victim to the right wing, to the R framing, and I think it was the media. Yes. Weren't you just saying candidates need to earn your vote law? Yeah. That's why I think Kamala Harris needs to change her sentiment on immigration. The reason why she has to do that is because people that personally are invested in the notion that immigrants are like drug dealer rapists and they must be dealt with strong border control are voting for the Republican Party. They are. If you don't message against that front and show no distinction, wait, what am I missing? You said you're missing the whole... You said I'm missing the whole rally, but like, it hasn't even started. Yo, some of you chatters are so fucking weird. Like, what am I missing? You're missing the top of the hour ad break. That's what you're missing. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to miss the ads at the top of the hour, that's all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Bro, would you really vote for Kamala if she gave lip service to immigration in Palestine? She's not going to change in any substantial way and will govern exactly like Biden and Dems in general. Brother, you think it's my vote that I'm fucking talking about when I have these conversations? I don't believe, even for a little bit, that the Democratic Party will actually push the needle on these issues at all. When I talk about messaging, I'm talking about actual voters and what actual voters respond to. Okay? Hello? What do you mean, Quavo? Why are you guys saying Quavo on stage? Are you watching a different rally? What's happening? Oh.
If y'all don't know me, I go by the name of Quavo. Born and raised in the north side of Atlanta, home of the Migos.
Okay, that's kind of sick.
This city has always been home to me, from playing in the streets and, you know, nurturing me and teaching me how to be the man I am standing before you. So, I mean, one of these issues that I care about is resolving the gun violence issue.
I didn't miss Megan Thee Stallion. Shut the fuck up.
And you
Shut
can't
up.
understand
Shut
the
up.
struggles
Shut
of gun
up.
violence if you're not in the field or in the heart of it. So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business. From inviting
No,
me,
I didn't
from
miss Megan Thee Stallion. I just didn't watch it deliberately.
me to the White House last year to discuss these solutions to passing the biggest gun safety laws to date. So it's only right in the birthplace of the culture. It's also the same place to launch the first African-American woman to run for president. Yeah, we changing the culture again. So if you never voted before, make sure you get out and vote right now, because it's the real one. And in the words of my brother Takeoff, let me get a Kamala. I'm going to hand it over to Tyler the Green. Let him talk about his vote and introduce the next president of the United States of America. Yes, sir.
He said, so what did they just say? Never did I think I'd ever see a Migo, a singular Migo, advocate for a Democratic president.
Tyler Green, and I am so honored to be introducing the next President of the United States of America, Vice President Kamala Harris. Just a second. Listen. As a proud Morehouse man, I couldn't be more excited to welcome a fellow HBCU alum back to the beautiful city of Atlanta. I first met the Vice President at the White House last year, where I shared my story as a young black entrepreneur. I talked about the challenges that I faced the importance of investing in entrepreneurs of color, how we can work together to fight the climate change crisis, and the positive impact that the Biden-Harris administration has had on my communities. And it means so much to me to see a vice president leading with the same values of excellence,
I know him.
leadership, and service that our institution.
I literally know this man. That's not a joke.
Vice President Harris has spent every day of her career fighting for working people just like me. From her service as a district attorney, attorney general, and the United States
No, not the
Supreme, the Senate. Not yet.
He's a nice guy.
To her leadership as vice president, she has served and spent every day of her career serving and fighting for us, the people. To name just a few of these accomplishments, she's fought for historic investments into HBCUs, she's fought for student debt relief, she's fought for reproductive freedom, she's fought for entrepreneurs and climate leaders like me. And I know that when Georgia sends her to the White House again, she will continue to fight for us. There's so much at stake in this election. We know that we can't afford to let Donald Trump.
It's literally, it's funny because he straight up tweeted about rearranging his, he didn't tweet, sorry. He posted about how he rearranged his afternoon meetings when he saw the Rolling Stone article saying Megan Thee Stallion will perform at Kamala Harris Atlanta rally. It is him. The hot girl right there.
But just listen. We have a champion here with us tonight. And she is going to lead our country into the future. Now, it's my honor to introduce the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
God damn, people are so stoked on the not corpse president, dude. Holy shit. I'm with her. Chill.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Oh, it's good to be back in Georgia. Thank you, everyone. Can we please hear it for Tyler? I want to thank Tyler for that incredible introduction. I invited him and...
Do you think this makes Georgia a lock for Harris? No. Because while Georgia has a lot of black voters, Georgia also has increasingly become more racist. Like, it was already pretty racist, but it's gotten more racist as time has passed. Like, it's kind of wild.
So it is so good to see everyone, and let me also thank our incredible members of Congress who are with us this evening. Senator John Ossoff, Senator Raphael Warnock, and Representative Nikema Williams. To Mayor Andre Dickens, thank you for welcoming me back.
Dude, the whites in Georgia are nutty.
And thank you to the great Stacey Abrams.
The whites in Georgia have gotten way more racist in the last couple of years.
So Georgia, it is so
and not even just like anti-black.
And I am very clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. So let's get right down. So I'm gonna get into some business now. Okay, I'm gonna get into some business now. All right. So Georgia, as many of you know, before, and have a seat if you have a chair. As many of you know, before I was elected vice president and before I was elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general and an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who ripped off consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. And I have been dealing with people like him my entire career. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Well, Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students. As a prosecutor, I specialized in child sexual abuse cases and sexual abuse cases. Well, Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse. And as an attorney general, I held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. Donald Trump, guilty of fraud, 34 counts. So in this campaign,
bro, libs are going crazy, bro. Libs are screaming, lock them up.
So in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week. Any day of the week.
It's wild, bro. Holy shit. You have a younger black woman candidate who's just like speaking to a massive crowd here comprised of black Georgia voters, and they're fucking celebrating her track record as a prosecutor.
I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. Donald Trump On the other hand,
This would never happen if Donald Trump wasn't Donald Trump, by the way.
game about
Straight up.
securing our border, but he does not walk the walk. Or as my friend Quavo would say, he does not walk it like he talks it. Where's Quavo? So look,
Oh my
our
God.
administration worked on the most significant border security bill in decades. Some of the most conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill. Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was all set to pass. But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down. Right. He
Still better than Hillary, though.
tanked the bipartisan deal because he thought it would help him win an election. Which goes to show Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself.
Like, you're talking to an entire audience of liberals who are pretty young. Why are you fucking saying this to them? Like, that's insane, okay? That's an insane speech to deliver.
It's my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law and show Donald Trump what real leadership looks like.
I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
But make
I'm
no
Brian
mistake,
Kilme.
This campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. Truly, this campaign is about two very different
Oh my
visions
God.
for our nation.
She's literally running on passing the border
One
bill.
focused on the future, the other focused on the past. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity to build a business, to own a home, to build intergenerational wealth, a future with affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave. And all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because we here all know when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And to keep our middle class strong, families need relief from the high cost of living so that they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. And yes, it is true that by many indicators,
They
our
should pass mass deportation signs. No, that's next election. Because Republicans are pushing for it this election. That means the Democrats will capitulate to that position next election. And we'll be like, Donald Trump claimed he wanted to mass deport migrants, but he was too pussy to do so. Vote for me and I'll mass deport migrants. Yeah, no, it's becoming incredibly clear to me that she is just Biden, but young and a black woman. That's it.
and surprise late charges that banks and other companies use to pad their profits.
Because like all this stuff, a lot of the stuff that she's getting to now is good. But it was good when Biden, it was good policy for Biden too. The problem was the messenger. But she had an opportunity. She had an opportunity to move away from some of the bad policies of Biden.
Our plan will lower costs and save many middle-class families thousands of dollars a year.
Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about or what you think black people care about, okay? I'm talking across the board. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. And even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position, okay? Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works, okay? I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield, okay? Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance, okay? It's such an idiotic stance. Nobody operates like this, okay? Black people don't operate like this either. Shut the fuck up. Stop using this as a fucking shield.
Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Georgia, America has tried these failed policies before, and we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. That's right. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won.
Babes, why so angry? Because the white nativist immigration border bill is unimaginably fucking right-wing. And dumb motherfuckers in the chat are like, black people are unimaginably right-wing on the fucking border issues, as though they don't recognize that that's white nativist anyway, and that will inevitably harm black people as well. And by the way, it currently does harm black people as well. There are black fucking undocumented migrants that are crossing the fucking border.
The freedom to learn and acknowledge our true and full history.
It's one of the dumbest ways that the Democratic Party operates on a regular basis. I had Ested on specifically to talk about this. It's this shield that, like, oh, if you're advocating for the Democratic Party, that means you are actually a black person. Even if you're a white person, you're actually advocating for the needs of black people. It is this gross and so transparent race peddling that Democratic Party defenders engage in, so much so that they literally did that to defend Joseph Robinette Biden, a white man, as opposed to swapping out Joseph Robinette Biden, a white man, with a fucking black woman by the name of Kamala Harris. They were like, oh, you want to change the president, but black people love Biden. Black people want Biden. What are we doing here?
And so, we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act.
26 month subscriber, bro's never seen me angry. Christ, you're angry.
To live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban.
Why being black is so political? As a young black guy just getting into politics, I find it really gross and upsetting. I hate being seen as a black, if that makes sense. Being black is political because America's white supremacists.
Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
America is a white supremacist nation.
So November 5th.
America is such a white supremacist nation that we literally have black people in leadership positions advocate for white supremacist principles. Okay? That's how fucking aggro that's how solidly, fundamentally white supremacists of a country we are. Okay? Black faces in high places that still end up reiterating their commitment to white supremacy. And I'm not even just talking about fucking Clarence Thomas, man. I'm not. I mean, look at Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is a black woman. Her parents are immigrants. Her dad is literally from Jamaica. Okay? An American success story. And she just said that she is, if you elect her, she is going to push a right-wing border bill, an unimaginably anti-immigrant border bill. Okay. Edgar Allan Poe in 420. I don't know why you just keep saying that.
He pulled out of the debate in September he had previously agreed to.
You just cited my principal researcher's grad advisor. Oh my God, black faces in high places. I'm so poli-sci up right now.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me.
Yeah, they keep saying that you're going to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour at 4:25 because you forgot to run it. Oh. Yeah, that's right. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I do hope you'll
straight up what like Steven Crowder says. That's what Ben Shapiro says. Your position is identical to Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. Liberals are fucking racist. Okay, he was just memeing around, I guess. Anyway. She's also open being more pro-crypto and is reportedly out to prove she won't be economically progressive. Yeah, it's my biggest fears that are coming to light, which is that I said that immediately the only fucking sticking counter narrative against Kamala Harris is that she's a liberal because of her track record in the Senate. Okay? And that I fear that she's going to do the classic Democratic Party shit that Joe Biden didn't even fucking do, which was to recenter her messaging on how she's not a fucking liberal. Their logs are them hallucinating a position you do not hold. Wait, what? You are so fucking stupid. She's talking to all the racist and xenophobic liberals. Your criticism is so fucking stupid. Wait, what? Liberals are fucking racist? Oh, I thought this guy was joking. You seriously think there are no racist liberals? No, I think that there are a shit ton of racist liberals. What is wrong with you? Take your fucking meds, man. Huh. Listen. If you were Trump, how do you counter this? Get shot in the other ear? No, you just keep saying Kamala Harris recognizes that the border is a fucking problem. Why didn't she do anything for the 4 years that she was the border czar? There you go. I wrote it for you. Okay? Oh, even Kamala Harris now recognizes that the border was a problem. Why didn't she do anything? She was the fucking border czar for 4 years. Don't say she wasn't. Yes, she was. She wasn't the border czar? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Liberal media so perfectly has the capacity to fucking make liberals hallucinate things. Okay? First of all, she literally was. She went to Guatemala to tell Guatemalans to not come to the United States of America because Brandon was putting her on shit duty. Okay? Brandon, in the most selfish way possible, knowing full well that he still wanted to fucking go and run again and be the president again because he was a fucking spiteful piece of shit old man, literally, one, picked Kamala Harris, who was not exactly an energizing candidate, who was objectively a loser in the 2019 primaries, okay? That's number one. That's why he picked her. And then he literally fucking put Kamala Harris on all the worst possible jobs that a VP can do. One of which was the border. Why do you think there was so much goddamn back and forth about Kamala never going to the border, even though she's the border czar? Okay? That's literally the point of a VP? No. It's not right-wing propaganda. MSNBC and liberal media is now running defense to say she wasn't the border czar. That's bullshit. That's not bullshit at all. Kamala Harris was put on the border. I don't care what fucking now PolitiFact says. Biden tasked Harris with stemming the migration on southern border. There it is. March 24th, 2021. But she wasn't the border czar. What do you guys think the border czar means? It means a person appointed to work on the border. You guys are so fucking stupid. That's just what that means. Okay? It's not like an official sanctioned position We are not in a fucking emirate, okay? It's not literally like an official sanctioned position, guys. It's just what people say when someone is tasked with that duty. They'll say, oh, this person is in charge of the border. They are the border czar. Okay? Oh, my Lord. Czar isn't a real title. Why are you using right-wing language? No, I'm not using right-wing language. I'm using what was colloquially utilized early on by everyone. Only now it is seemingly politically not great to say so because the right wing are pointing to that to be like Kamala Harris was tasked with the fucking border. We're having the most idiotic semantics argument currently, okay? She just openly endorsed the right-wing legislation and we're circle jerking over semantics of her role as VP. I know. And the reason why liberals are doing that is because they are coping. Okay? So she fucked up as on the border as the borders are. Dude, she can't deviate from Joe Biden when she was literally her vice president. That's why I said it was shit duty. Okay? They put her on literally cleaning up shit, okay? They did that deliberately. They did that so that, you know, all of these like unpopular things, Hasan finally realizing how stupid his chat actually is. Yeah, as opposed to what, right-wing fucking chatters? Shut the hell up. If anything, right-wingers do this all the fucking time to a worse degree. It's fine if a big chunk of my community disagrees with me on this. My job is to explain things, okay?
Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People gonna have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris by...
The border czar is not an officially sanctioned position, you dumb fucks. It's simply colloquially said about a person that is tasked with a specific part of the administration's agenda. Okay? That's it. That's precisely the reason why liberals were saying border czar, as everybody does. It's normal. Like, it's not a fucking... Like, it's so stupid. Then why say it? Because... Wait, what? Now you're making up words? Because that is what the colloquial adoption of the word is. That's what it is. That's what it is. When someone is fucking tasked with a job in the administration, you say, oh, that's the drug czar. That's the border czar. Like, that is a normal fucking term that people utilize. It doesn't mean anything beyond the fact that they are tasked with that role in the administration. The fact that there is now a semantics argument back and forth in this circumstance is so stupid. It's an informal term, exactly. Is employed in media and popular usage to refer to high-level executive branch officials who oversee particular policy field. There has never been a U.S. government office with the formal title czar. Hasan, I love you. Just say this is the term people have been using for decades for these positions, then move on. Again, love you. I am Brian Kill Me, though at chat, getting you off on this bullshit. Anyway, whether you like it or not, this semantics argument over, Kamala Harris was never the official border czar. That's not a real position. And the media never referred to her as such, will only allow you to look like a fucking dumbass on this issue by the absolute, like, sub 10-point IQ Republicans who are fucking remembering to breathe manually because of how stupid they are. They can just point to this compilation and make you look like a fucking asshole. My job here is to be fucking honest, okay? And let me tell you, I haven't been wrong so far. I told you the Kamala swap would be good. So just listen to what I have to fucking say. Shut the fuck up, sit down, and maybe, I don't know, take advantage of the amount of experience I have in this fucking issue as I've been professionally covering politics from a leftist position for the past 10 fucking years. I know what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. You don't. I'm sorry. God damn. Sit the fuck down and listen to what I have to say. The only thing the Republicans have to do in this situation is basically turn around and go, Kamala Harris is the border czar. Liberal media is now lying and claiming she wasn't when they openly said she was the border czar, which is, by the way, again, an informal position title. It's not like a real title, but like she was tasked with the immigration position, okay? And she lied about how big of a problem immigration is for the first 4 years when she could have done something about it. And now when the election comes around, she openly recognizes that the immigration problem is a massive issue. Well, guess what? We've been saying immigrants are rapists for years. Who are you going to vote for? These fake ass phonies who are advocating for shutting down immigration now, or the real ones who've been fucking advocating to shut down immigration and is running on mass deportations? That's what the Republicans are going to do. It's a fucking gift wrapped, basically a fruit basket to the Republican Party. Joe Biden was significantly closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration in terms of the percentage points, okay, when he ran to the left of Donald Trump on immigration in 2020. Joe Biden running to the right of Donald Trump on immigration, trying to be the real fucking immigration is actually a matter of national security and not like a problem with the economy, that immigration actually has to be processed through this lens of national security. That kind of hysterical pandering is never going to work to win people over to your side. It simply makes people on your side also regurgitate right-wing positions on immigration, positions that are not born out of reality, positions that are born out of the hysterical pandering of right-wing charlatans. Oh, don't you think Trump blocking the bill is good for the Dems to expose? Okay. Let me put this in terms that you might understand. Okay? If you like Medicare for all, let's say, okay? And let's say Donald Trump, as a last-ditch effort, puts together a Medicare for all proposal in the year 2020 as the election is nearing. Okay? If Donald Trump turns around and says, I'm pro Medicare for all, and I want to fucking push, and I want to push the country to the left, and I care about Medicare for all, and I actually am the Medicare for all candidate, do you buy in to the idea that Donald Trump is now really officially the Medicare for all candidate? Or do you go, well, what the fuck are we talking about? There's literally a guy who is not, who has been saying they're pro Medicare for all. You go for Bernie Sanders. It doesn't change your mind at all on the issue. You are now more committed to fucking Bernie Sanders. You go, oh, well, there's a guy out there who's been openly advocating for Medicare for all for many, many years. Anyway, all you have done now is basically legitimize the position that Medicare for all is a real popular idea. Okay? And the difference between obviously being fucking Medicare for all, being, pro Medicare for all versus pro right-wing border is that the border issue is born out of nothing. It's just made up. Yeah, PolitiFact. Mostly false. Thanks, PolitiFact. Anyway, here, they can just run this video till the cows come home.
President Kamala Harris to be the border czar.
Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris, especially in her role as border czar.
Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record, calling her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris. You know, she was the border czar.
Calling her sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
This is a fucking MRC Newsbuster video. They're low on the totem pole in terms of like Republican Party operatives. And even they were able to fucking scrape together this like very obvious notion that like liberals are fucking lying to you. This also ties back to liberals. Remember how they lied to you about Joe Biden being mentally equipped? Remember how Joe Biden, everyone in mainstream media told you that Joe Biden was totally fucking with it and mentally equipped to run the country? It perfectly plays into that. You can just turn around and be like, oh, yeah, there it is. In the fucking tank. Liberal media in the fucking tank for whoever the liberals are. Whoever the liberal candidate is. I've never heard the word border czar before. No, dude, you've never heard it because Republicans didn't use it as a landing point against the current person running for president before. But yes, of course, the term czar is just a colloquial term applied to a person in charge with whatever fucking executive role that they are tasked with by the administration. Oh my God. It's like saying Bernie was never known as the Amendment King because we don't have kings in this country. Yeah, it must be Russian disinformation. Bro, you're still on this shit? I am still on this shit because this seemingly is a position that liberals want to fight on, which is very stupid. No, second Bush didn't start it. FDR started it. Anyway. The messaging is easy. The Republicans are politicizing another informal thing. That's weird again. No, it's not. They're not politicizing an informal thing. The point of contention here isn't what Kamala Harris is called. The point of contention is what Kamala Harris's task was. This will be used against her.
Started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. And so this increase has been consequential. But the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that have her leading, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me, she knows what she's doing, and I hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling, but there's no one better capable of trying to organize this.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and for having the confidence in me. And there's
He's so coherent now. Guys, this is from 2021. This is terrible on every level, raising the salience of your worst issue, muddling the threat you claim to believe Trump represents, tethering yourself to an objectively awful policy package. Exactly. In this cycle, Dems have simultaneously been messaging that Trump is a Hitler-like figure about to do concentration camps and supercharged deportation, and also that he's a total phony, and if anything, not tough enough on migrants, unlike Dems, who will crack down more seriously. If you're going to do this kind of doublespeak, do it via super PACs on TV in like 6 states where it maybe plays around the margins. Don't have the candidate embrace this ill-conceived posturing herself as a rally applause line in fucking Georgia in front of an entirely black young audience. Hello! What do you want? Do you want everyone in the Democratic Party to also be like, yeah, you're right, immigrants are fucking rapists, drug dealers, and we got to put an end to that? Do you want that? Why are you helping the Republican Party? How is the entire Democratic Party just completely so broken, fundamentally, so insane on this issue, on every issue, really? Oh my God. Please end this stun log with a video of the Aussies on stream poking fun of you. No. Oh. It's not just the media. Democratic Representative Val Hoyle is saying Harris wasn't a border czar. I don't care. They're fucking stupid. The Democrats are stupid. They have the capacity to be stupid. As a matter of fact, they're very rarely not stupid. Okay? You have to remember something. The swap out from that old man to this dynamic younger candidate was the one instance where they weren't fucking stupid. And instead of leaning on the fucking advantage that they get from that, they're still running with training weights on for no reason. It's so wild. Like, you have a unique opportunity. You have a unique opportunity in this circumstance to just like unmarry yourself from some of the worst instincts of the prior administration, an administration that you're still a part of. But instead, you're just literally running the table and being like, no, dude, this Hitlerian Republican is actually not Hitlerian enough. We are the real Hitlerians when it comes to fucking dealing with these goddamn barbaric rapist monsters that are Mexicans coming over the fucking border. And now these dumbass liberals are going to run around trying to posture on this fucking, oh, well, that's weird. That's weird. This is weird. That's weird. And they're going to fuck that up too. Bro, why be so disingenuous? What? It seems literally everyone but you is stupid. Curious and interesting. I wonder why. Yes, the word czar has existed and means someone in authority. Literally has nothing to do with a hog buzzword. Check Google Trends. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not being disingenuous at all. You're currently watching in 2021 the motherfucking president assign Kamala Harris a task force to deal with the border crisis using right-wing framing. Even at that point, you're so fucking locked and loaded that you've forgotten that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Stop getting sunlocked and give us a solution. I already have a million times over. Immediately cut the shit with the border. Never talk about it. Never talk about it whatsoever, and hammer on the issues where you have none of that has anything to do with the use of the word czar, Lamau. What? Yeah, because the Twitch streamer knows more. I do, actually. I literally do. I don't know what to tell you. I do know more than you. Okay, and I'm not feigning stupidity and confusion. The only person who's stupid and possibly confused is you, chatter. What the fuck is going on? You're smarter than all. God, Emperor Hasan. No, I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I'm an idiot. I always say that I'm a fucking idiot. But even as an idiot, I can see certain things, okay? Conceding to your opponent's framing that is completely fucking made up. Conceding to your right-wing opponent's framing on an issue that you're losing on by 40 fucking points is the dumbest thing you can do. It's like being LeBron and wanting to fucking play chess instead of a dunk competition against the grandmaster. The Republicans are the grandmasters at fucking right-wing framing on immigration, okay? Play your role. Play to your fucking strengths. Bro, LeBron never won the dunk competition? Yeah, but who do you think would win in a dunk competition? Him or Magnus? The fuck? Oh my God. What is going on right now? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. I'm running it.
There's no question that this is a challenging situation.
I'm elected president, we're going to immediately end Trump's assault on the dignity of immigrant communities. We're going to restore our moral standing in the world and our historic role as a safe haven for refugees and asylum seekers, Biden said in his acceptance speech at the virtual Democratic National Convention. The former vice president has an exhausted to-do list. Within his first 100 days, Biden says he would implement a wide range of policies, not another mile of border wall. No more separating families. No more prolonged detentions or deportations of peaceable, hardworking migrants. Here is KPBS. Report reveals migrant family separations continue under Biden. This is from July 29, 2024. The border proposal that Kamala Harris just fucking flaunted as a signature policy achievement that she will have if elected president literally continues building Trump's wall. Biden rescinded the policy in January 2021, yet 3 years later, more than 1,400 families remain separated. The report argues that separations have happened for decades, but under the Biden administration, they are a result of bureaucratic processes, lack of transparency and accountability, not purposeful cruelty. Let's get back to Biden's claims. Okay? Biden also said he would restore the asylum system and support alternatives to immigrant detention, such as case management, that allows an applicant to live and work in the community while their case works its way through the hearing process. Trump has derisively called this catch and release. Okay? And Biden would fully reinstate DACA, which allows migrants brought into the U.S. illegally as children to live and work without fear of deportation. But if he's elected, Biden would face a host of obstacles that could slow his immigration counter-revolution. Okay? They don't want to create such a chaotic situation at the border by welcoming or incentivizing another massive influx from Central America, says Jerry Kramer, who's affiliated with the Center for Immigration Studies. The fucking Center for Immigration Studies being presented as a think tank which favors restrictions on immigration is insane. It's basically a Nazi operation. Okay? The Center for Immigration Studies is literally VDARE, but a think tank. So the fact that like NPR is doing both sides are saying a lot of things is crazy. Okay? Remember, just because something is presented with neutral tone doesn't change that reality that they are still very much advocating for Nazi shit. This is a fucking Nazi think tank. Let's continue. Federal border officials are worried what would happen if Biden cancels bilateral agreements with Mexico that have dramatically slowed the migrant flow. Okay? Why am I talking about all of this? Because I hope at some point in this fucking article they will show what the percentage points Biden was close enough to on Donald Trump on the issue of immigration in this election cycle, because he was performing significantly better than he was before he dropped out on the issue of immigration in 2020. I believe that in 2020, Biden was much closer to Trump. Trump was still beating him on immigration because Republicans are fucking incredibly well equipped to deal with this with reactionary posturing. Okay. Yeah. CIS is literally founded by eugenicists and white supremacists. I know. It's fucking insane. Anyway. Where the fuck is it? Biden has not said if he would reverse the order to reopen the borders and jumpstart the asylum process. Biden presidency would likely find itself skirmishing. This was in 2020. Biden was running to the left of Donald Trump on the issue of border, of border control, border policy. Okay? Where the fuck is it? I want to see how. Does anyone have poll numbers? from 2020. How can you criticize Kamala for her politics on immigration if Ursula von der Leyen was just half as good as America's? I would fucking become an EU federalist immediately instead of just saying bullshit on Twitch. It is so easy to be idealistic instead of pragmatic when you don't have any political power. Dude, I'm not even talking about this from the morality standpoint. I'm talking about this from electoral consequences. Okay, yes, I know European Union leadership is basically Hitlerian when it comes to the issue of immigration. Far worse than the United States of America is. I don't know why you've been so consistently annoying in this fucking chat, dude. Stop chirping. Jesus Christ. You're not saying anything right now. You're just fucking talking about how racist the EU is. God damn. No, this is not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is how Biden running to the left of Trump on the issue of immigration, where he was on the issue of immigration, where Biden was on the issue of immigration, like where he was seen on the issue of immigration alone, okay? Not forecast, nothing like that. He was still losing to Trump on the issue of immigration, but he was significantly better performing on the issue of immigration than he was in 2024, okay? Anyone to the right of HasanAbi is Nazi shit? No, dude. Like mass deportations or the fucking crime panic born out of like migrants are coming in to rape our children is Nazi shit. There's no other way to fucking analyze it. That's it. It's fucking objectively fascist. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? You want me to lie to you and be like, no, actually, migrants are actually interested in invading the country and raping our women, our beautiful white women. Is that what you want me to say? White genocide is Nazi rhetoric. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Or actually, this might be. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Fuck. It's so fucking easy. It's so... I can't believe none of us can find this. Holy shit. I'm simply looking for... You know how they will match up on policies? You know how they will fucking match up on policies? The individual candidates? Okay? And they'll be like, Trump is, or Biden is outperforming Trump in the 2020 election by fucking 30 points on the issue of protecting women's reproductive rights. No, this is from 2024, but this will be important in a second because the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to prove to you is that I recall on the issue of immigration. No, this is not it. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking Brian kill me. I'm Brian kill me. I'm fucking Brian kill me. I'm Brian kill me. Oh wait, this might be it. Hold on. No, these are just polling Americans. How sympathetic are you, say, to people who rotated? Very sympathetic, very unsympathetic, somewhat sympathetic or very sympathetic to the people from other countries who travel to the U.S. in an attempt to enter the U.S. No, this is the new... This could be used potentially. Night and day. Okay. Biden to reverse course. No, this doesn't show poll numbers. Huh. Okay, genuinely though, why are you trying to explain it? We know what you're trying to say. She needs to go to the left, not more right. No, liberals need to see the data. Okay? Liberals need to see the data. They need to see that when Biden ran, the point I'm making is when Biden ran to the motherfucking left of Donald Trump on immigration in 2020, not only did he win the election, but he was also much closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration. When Biden ran on a right-wing immigration agenda, he is significantly further away from Donald Trump. There's a reason for that. Economy is the top issue for voters in the 2020 election, always, okay? Weirdly enough, immigration was 52, okay? 52% of registered voters saying very important. It was, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the equation, okay? 8. Your post on Kamala is 50 minutes has the most copium liberals in the replies is insane. Huh. Is the 8th most important issue. Why, oh, why, I wonder, it became the number 1 most important issue when the Democrat was in charge. It's because right-wingers are the ones who fucking do this shit. Thank you. In 2020, Biden held Donald Trump on the issue of immigration.
Would Biden or Trump do a better job on border security / immigration? You go back 4 years ago to June of 2020. Joe Biden held it within the margin of error, but still a slight lead at +1 point over Donald Trump on the issue of border security and immigration. Take a look now at May of 2024. Look at this movement in Donald Trump's direction. Now he is trusted on the issue of border security and immigration versus Joe Biden by a 27-point margin. That is nearly a 30-point jump.
I wonder what this means. Maybe we should go further right into immigration. That will certainly help our chances. Oh, what could this mean? On June 2020, Biden was advocating for a significantly more progressive policy on immigration, and he was 1 point higher than Trump in the eyes of Americans on who will do a better job on immigration between him and Trump. It almost feels like right-wing framing on the issue of immigration and not counter messaging against right-wing hysteria for 4 fucking years on the issue of immigration literally made the country significantly more reactionary on the issue of immigration. And now the Democrats are capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, and the Republicans are fucking putting their nutsack all over the board on the issue of immigration. At the very least, you should never bring up immigration ever again. It should be something you run away from in the same way that Donald Trump runs away from abortion. He never talks about it. He rarely ever talks about it. He only talks about it when people fucking slam him in the face with that question. Okay? I wonder why. This is from 2020. New polling. Trump's immigration policy is a clear political loser. New election night polling released today by Public Opinion Strategy shows the president's position on immigration was a net negative with voters, and the administration's positions on providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, DACA, and family separation at the border potentially pushed away key voter groups like independent men and women and suburban voters, groups that the president failed to score well with. Exclusive poll from July 27, 2020, where immigration could swing critical 2020 voters. Survey found weaknesses on immigration messaging for Trump among some of the voters, including white, non-college educated men who put him over the top and bear victories in 3 of those 4 states in 2016. It's a vulnerability for Democrats not to talk about immigration, said Tyler Moran, executive director of Immigration Hub, which advocates for immigration and is run by several Democratic congressional staffers. Okay? Ceding it to Trump is leaving votes on the table. Nearly 3 in 10 Wisconsinites would be more likely to vote for a Democrat if shown certain pro-immigration arguments, according to Civi's predictive model. The same is true for a quarter of the Michigan and Colorado populations, but less than 1 in 10 in Pennsylvania. To help determine which voters were persuadable, survey participants were shown 1 of 3 immigration-related ads. 1 from the Trump campaign, 2 pro-immigration ads from Immigration Hub featuring a veteran and an elderly American who relies on an immigrant health worker. Immigration for the Sun Belt. Gaza for the Rust Belt. Those are two signature agenda policy positions that Kamala Harris has to run away from, at least on the messaging front. And she's not doing that. She's just going along with it, which is objectively bad. And because I am the most annoying, stubborn asshole on the fucking planet, I will never be swayed away from my positions on this because I know they're correct. And it doesn't matter if like all of the fucking Mamala riders that leave when I start criticizing Kamala Harris, they leave and look for another fucking independent outlet that will give them the MSNBC style commentary that they want to fucking hear. Make no mistake, I talked about Israel-Palestine for fucking 10 months straight, okay? You will all come back when you find out that I was fucking right. This isn't me saying, oh my God, I fucking hate Kamala Harris. She's the absolute fucking worst. I'm never going to vote for her or anything like that. This is me simply saying that if Kamala Harris, follows Joe Biden's track record on this shit, and simply relies on being youthful and younger than Joe Biden, she might still win, but the margins will be far worse, okay? And there is no reason to stay in these super fucking slim margins. She will also cut away at the momentum that she has, okay?
The former VP picking up a major endorsement this morning from the Detroit Free Press, which writes, Biden is the anti-toxin America needs. This, as a new NBC News Wall Street Journal poll out this morning, shows after a tumultuous month, the state of the race remains relatively unchanged. Biden leads Trump nationally by 8 points, while 11% of all voters are still up for grabs. We have a team of correspondents and analysts covering the unfolding developments for you. We're going to begin with NBC's Garrett Haake at the White House. Garrett, big welcome to you on this Sunday. So I want to start with the new poll numbers. When you break them down, where does the Biden advantage over Trump come from?
Alex, it comes from a number of categories here. You see Biden with the same or similar top line to what we've seen this whole race here, about an 8-point lead nationally. But when you dig into the numbers, you see strengths among certain voting groups here, including black voters, where he is dominant. If we put up the graphic, 90% of African-American voters say they will go with the former vice president over Donald Trump. Likewise, a massive gender gap here in Biden's favor among women, where he has a 20-point lead. But when you switch things over, it's not like Donald Trump doesn't have his own strengths here. He's got significantly stronger, you see there the numbers, for independents and white voters with college degrees. They're also breaking in Biden's favor. But when you look at white voters more generally, that's where you see the strengths for the president of the United States. He pulls much more strongly among white voters, 52 to 43, and among men, you see a slight gender gap there in the president's favor, 50 to 45. Nowhere near the same gap you see with women. When you break it down, and again, the voters by college degrees, that's consistent with what we saw in 2016, with Trump leading by more than 20 points there with voters with.
It's from 2020, guys. Look.
Out college degrees.
Look at border in the article. Trump continues to lead on the economy. Biden holds advantage on coronavirus. Trump is leading 16 points on securing the border and controlling immigration, 49% to 33%. Okay. That's why I said the other poll that we saw where Biden was leading Trump on the border from June was a unique one. Okay. Trump was always leading on securing the border or controlling immigration, especially because it's a right-wing framing. But if asked about like what to do with immigration, how to handle immigration, ultimately, Joe Biden was closer to Donald Trump in 2020 and ended up beating Donald Trump and specifically helped secure key constituencies that allowed him to win over Donald Trump in all of these fucking states. Okay? But guess what? If you looked at the last poll, as they're showing here, Donald Trump was beating Biden by 27 points. 27 points. Do you understand? 27 points. Because they leaned into, in the most idiotic fashion, first, they never played defense. They never counter-messaged against the right-wing hysterical pandering on immigration, which allowed the entire fucking media apparatus to run with right-wing framing on the issue of immigration. Then they saw that the polls were shifting and the people were desperate for blood in terms of immigration. So then they capitulated to the right-wing framing on immigration and said, oh, we are going to be the ones who actually are going to control immigration. Yeah. Here's a video from
Narrative
2021.
Is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitations as they have done. Just covering it as, many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as Democrats ready immigration bills. So Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now. And the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, is decided he's going to do a news conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one, and has decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys that laughed at AOC when she went to the border camps and cried, right? So now they're going to do the exact same thing, but from the Republican side. Now they themselves are going to go and be like, oh my God, a brown person walked through an imaginary border that we had set here. Obviously, this means every American is going to be raped. All white Americans are about to be raped and murdered. We need to literally start shooting people. So that's where we're at right now with the border crisis. And damn.
damn, dude, this guy has sound political instincts. That's crazy. How did he predict that the Republican Party would run on the most unimaginably vitriolic rhetoric on immigrants that would sweep the nation if left unchecked by the Democratic Party? We certainly shouldn't. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Who is this guy? I should have him on the broadcast. Who is this fucking guy? I should probably have him on the broadcast to hear his perspective.
And the media is absolutely allowing Republicans to get away with it. This crisis at the border is spiraling out of control, McCarthy told reporters last week, and it's entirely caused by the actions of this administration. Sent a letter to Biden in early March requesting a meeting to discuss the increasing numbers of migrants at the border and work together to solve it. Like what? What are we going to do? What are the Democrats going to do? Work together with Kevin McCarthy? Like what? How are they going to work together? They're already, overflow facilities and all this other like cruel shit that Democratic administrations rarely ever scale back. Wait, what's going on at the border? Absolutely nothing that is different, okay? That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Nothing different is happening at the border that hasn't happened in perpetuity in the United States of America. The only difference is an administration is different now, and they're going to do still the senseless cruelty on the immigrants that are trying to find a better life for themselves. But this time the media is going to act as the cudgel or act as they are contentious and pretty much push the administration that was already willing to do reactionary garbage to begin with to immigrants because nobody gives a shit about them. They're going to use the public opinion on immigration as a reason as to why they have to have these detention centers and why they have to do these like dragnet ICE raids and shit like that. That's it. Recently, Vice was on the ground.
Back then, did you think their lies would ever get as insane as they are now? They were saying hundreds of thousands for a while, but now they're just saying 20 million, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm watching myself because everything I said on March 15th, 2021, in terms of how right-wing strategy will be to beef up the immigrants are rapist narrative will not be met with any kind of real counter messaging from the Democratic Party. And if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic Party, if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic or the Republican Party, that they're going to lose on this issue dramatically. And the media is going to absolutely fucking beef up that narrative in an effort to be contentious.
Around at the border, the reality of reversing the Biden-Trump policy. Okay, well, I'll watch this. So ultimately, the biggest change here with Biden's administration versus Donald Trump so far has been processing asylum seekers and allowing them to come into the country again. Right? The Trump administration was like, nope, it's done. It's over because of COVID. We're like totally ending it. And even before that, they were like, if you come here, we're going to murder you. Okay. We're going to lock you in fucking jail for an extended period of time. You're going to have to do slave labor. Sorry, sucks to suck. And we're going to separate you from your children. We're going to do senseless cruelty to you if you try to come into this country. So the big change there is the Biden administration has said, we are processing asylum seekers. So there's still so much more going.
What do you think the media would do for the next 2 months if Kamala came out in favor of the immigration stance you want her to take? Not trying to be snarky, like legit, what's your media analysis? I think Kamala Harris has a very tricky, and I said this already, I said that Kamala Harris has a very tricky situation ahead of her because she can't separate from Joe Biden so dramatically on the issue of immigration. But on the messaging front, she can at least be a little bit more tolerant and drop certain aspects of the Biden campaigning. For example, a fucking right-wing, white nativist immigration bill. Never talk about that ever again. Forget that it existed. Forget that that was a talking point. Forget that the Brandon campaign put that forward. Don't do that. Don't ever do that ever again. Okay? Just move the conversation away from your weaknesses. Okay? Move the conversation away from your weaknesses and redirect the attention back to your strong suits. Okay? Talk about how Donald Trump wants to do mass deportation. Okay? Walk people through the steps on how mass deportation will happen, because no matter what, Americans lack the vision. They do not understand. They think it sounds good, but they don't understand how fucking psychotic that process would be. No American, as demonstrated under the Trump regime, likes the idea of children in concentration camps. Explain to them that this is exactly like that, if not worse. Mass deportation implies dragnets. It implies BORTAC, like geared up military style, special weapons and tactics, doing door knocking operations in American neighborhoods that are brown. Okay. Donald Trump has routinely brought up Eisenhower's Operation W Word. Okay. Operation W Word. I won't say the word. And how good that is. That was 1.3 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans, mind you, being mass deported from this country, put in concentration camps and mass deported from this country. He's brought that up numerous times as a sick fucking policy that he wants to bring back. Okay?
As soon as we grab, perhaps we take a woman with 2 children, 3 children. She shouldn't be here, but she's a nice woman. The children are beautiful. And all of a sudden it ends up being a front page story of the liberal newspapers. And you're right, it's a hard thing to do. Harder than a long time ago with Dwight Eisenhower, right? A lot harder. Nobody complained. In those days it was, we had a country that was much different.
But would the media eat that up, or would they side with the Republicans? I'm worried they go, but the border and the convoys are a problem. No, the media fucking hates Trump. What are you talking about? The media fucking despises Donald Trump. They hate him. They love shitting on him. Do you not remember what it looked like? Do you not remember what it looked like when he was president? The media was talking like they were fucking. The media would literally run coverage on the issue of immigration that was so pro-immigration that motherfuckers, myself included, okay, were running around comfortably saying abolish ICE. Okay? What are we talking about? Like abolish ICE was like a thing that had momentum. It's crazy. That wasn't that long ago. That was like 6 years ago. It feels like it was a lifetime ago. I thought you were radical for so long, but I still enjoyed your content. But the longer I watched, the longer I've realized your takes are usually pretty on point. Thanks. I appreciate that you never change stances and you've been consistent, and it shows a lot about you. Yeah, a lot of people claim I'm radical because this society is increasingly more and more sick, okay? And getting worse. Anyway. Doesn't the border bill tone down that extreme position? No, dude. The border bill capitulates to the right-wing framing at the heart of that insanely extreme position. Okay? You cannot fight, especially because it's also built around lies. That's what makes me so mad. Because the entire story about immigrants being rapists and drug dealers and murderers is a fucking lie. Okay? I'm over here begging that people in the Democratic Party at least say the truth. That's how far gone we are. Like, say the fucking truth about immigration. Say the fucking truth. Yeah, we already read this article earlier. Say the truth. Immigrants are not a burden on American society. When you don't do that, when you don't actually say the truth, when you don't actually counter message against the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, you're just dropping that entirely, knowing full well that it's always an exit ramp. People make jokes about this. Everybody knows, oh, it's so... Isn't it weird how every 2 years, whenever there's a midterm election or whenever there's a general election, migrant caravans prop up at the border? All of a sudden, everyone's like, oh my God, there's an invasion happening. Isn't that weird? You know they're going to use this. You know they're going to lie about this. They never stop lying about it. Migrants of the year 2024 are responsible for what? Fucking 24 murders. Okay? Not hundreds of thousands in the way that Trump is suggesting over and over again. Clip this for October when Fox News talks about the migrant caravan. Yeah, it'll happen.
Going on that there's still so much that needs to be reformed on the back end. But even a little bit of that, even a little bit of reform has immediately gotten Republicans to act like, the country is falling apart and they're literally burning it to the ground. And now we're going to be waving Guatemalan flags everywhere instead of the American flag, yada, yada.
With active.
You look at these cartel members, brother. You don't understand. Cartel members have changed they've changed the way they look, brother. You think, oh, I'm sorry. You think I'm a sexist? You're willing to tell me that you don't think that these are girl boss cartel members right here, brother? Yeah, I fucking know. I know that these cartels are woke. They're SJW cartels. That's why they got women. They're trying to come in here and do queer Marxism. Republicans be like, they got shoes. Why are they coming in? It seems like they're pretty privileged to me. Looking real privileged to me. This one's got an iPhone. Dude, this video covers very little on beyond what's going on with what people are doing. Kevin McCarthy, minority leader in the House, is literally doing what AOC did, but on the other side, How do you show that? You can easily say the Dems want them on our welfare. You can say that they're destroying New York City. You can say they're taking resources from underserved communities that are American citizens. How do you properly message along the lines of immigration? What are you talking about? Just show them the fucking data, okay? You can say that the Dems want them on our welfare. We don't have fucking... What welfare state do we have? Undocumented migrants can't take advantage of a lot of these social safety nets that are already like pretty fucking limited to begin with for documented American citizens too. You can say they're destroying New York City. No, they're not. What do you mean? What are we doing? It's literally, it's straight up just madness. It's like when Republicans claim that Portland was on fire all the time. Republicans also think that every Democrat-run city is a crime-ridden shithole where everything is on fire all the fucking time, including but not limited to my own fucking backyard. I've had Republican chatters try to argue with me and claim that no, I'm actually a pussy and I'm blind to the realities of unrestricted crime occurring in my own fucking backyard. And the dude is signing off from like an Ohio suburb telling me that California is a crime-ridden shithole. Once again, these are all long and hard-fought right-wing hysteria that they have worked tirelessly to cultivate over the course of the past 4 years. Capitulating to that framing only puts you on a defensive posture on a losing issue. This is my point. Showing the data didn't work well on crime. Why would it work well on immigration? What do you mean showing the data didn't work well on crime? The fuck are you talking about? No, once the media started talking about like, oh, actually the crime panic was like a little bit too much. It literally, you're so wrong. There was never a moment where the Democrats showed data. They literally leaned into the crime panic narratives as well. It almost cost them the fucking New York gubernatorial race.
The Democrats never actually turned around and said, no, this crime shit is like absolutely blown out of proportion. You guys are fucking delusional. They literally were just as Hitlerian as the Republicans are on that narrative. And now we're seeing think pieces be like, how did Americans become so incredibly invested in this crime narrative? It's hard to when you see vids of inner city America. Oh my God. Yes, dude, I know. Anecdotes are more powerful than data analysis. I know this. I understand. The job of our leaders is to actually fucking reason with unreasonable people. You can't say Democrats pushing data didn't work when they didn't do that. They just leaned into the anecdotes and they got scared. How do you guys not understand that this way of thinking leads you down right-wing reactionary rabbit holes in general? Well, everyone believes it, so I guess we have no other option but to lean into it, is unironically a losing posture on every issue. It means you're giving the game to the right wing to dominate the conversation and then playing catch up by leaning into the right wing framing on issues. Anecdotal, I use Facebook because I'm old, and a post about her wanting to sign the border bill on there, easily 80+% of the responses are super in support, saying things like about time, and I didn't know Trump killed it. We need this. Not a single person under 35. None of them know what's in the bill, feel helpless. How do you fight against this at the moment? I can't do anything. You can't do anything either. The Democratic Party could try and at least restructure the message around it. Okay? Yeah, I watched a shark attack video. Beaches are no longer safe. Very reasonable internet paranoia these days. Tyler Oliveira pilled. Anecdotes are so strong, man. Exactly. We never even attempted to show the data. We never even attempted the fucking counter message. I did, but nobody gives a shit. People just yelled at me and said, you're wrong. And even your Democratic Party that you love because you're a libtard doesn't agree with you. It broke the brains of people that are closest to me. My uncle's fucking brain got broken by the crime panic. What are we talking about? I know, I'm trying my fucking best, but it's not like people listen to me until it's far too late. And then they arrive at the same positions that I had for fucking years. And then they go, oh, we were always here. They just lie. Scoop. Kamala Harris is expected to announce her running mate by Tuesday when she will hold her first rally pig with her pig in Philadelphia. The two will then hit Western Wisconsin, Detroit, Raleigh, Savannah, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. Oh, God. It's going to be Josh Shapiro. The campaign aide cautioned against reading too much into the first stop, however. Neoliberals will wait to change their minds on immigration until Bortak breaks down their neighbor's door. Oh. Anyway. Look at how much I had to use. Look at how much data I had to fucking use to like explain such a simple position. That's why it's so goddamn hard. It's so fucking hard to get people to understand what the truth is when there's so much, when there is so much of the opposite narrative in the media.
to show kind of a new Kamala 2.0.
In politics, when you start off saying something, that's where you are. And she was for defund the police. She was for open borders. She was for having anybody come in. Now I notice that they're actually saying they want to have immunity for everybody that came into the country. And they want to have citizenship.
She said that, and she said that she knows that Kamala Harris, she assumes Kamala Harris would support that. That means citizenship for 10 million, 15 million,
or
20 million?
Yeah, or 20 million.
What would that do to the country?
Destroy the country. It's already, I mean, it's in such bad shape. Our country has never been in a position like this, in addition to which we could end up in a third world war, okay? But we have 20 million people that have come into the country. I would say by now it's 20, is probably going over that.
Can you educate me on why the rent prices are rising, and how do I convince someone that immigrants have nothing to do with this? That's so funny. Yeah, man, immigrants are stealing your housing. They got fucking pockets full of dollars that they got from the Democratic Socialist government, and they're using that on your housing. Who's affording housing? Rents increase, and it has nothing to do with fucking immigration patterns. Whether there's an inflow of additional migrants or not, rents just keep increasing.
Number. We have another 4 months to go, but really it's another 5 months, 5.5 months to go. So that number is going to increase very substantially. They're pouring in, and they're coming from prisons. They're coming from mental institutions, insane asylums. I always say that's a step above a mental institution. And we have a record number of terrorists coming into our country, and only bad things are going to happen. Nothing good is going to come out of it.
A big news today is President Biden announced.
Do you agree that the immigrants are utilizing local resources from the government that should be allocated towards its citizens? What? There are no fucking local resources, dude. What are you talking about? No. You see like one school for one afternoon be repurposed as a fucking shelter for a bunch of dudes living in fucking tents otherwise because there's a goddamn hurricane happening, and you think, oh, damn, dude, Guatemalans are just fucking taking. You just linked me a New York Post opinion post. Why don't you just fucking send me directly a Der Strumer article, dude? What the fuck? What are we doing? You are a 10-month subscriber in a fucking socialist community sending me a New York Post opinion piece. Are you fucking insane? No, time for the fucking Daily Stormer, dude. Fuck it. Come on. Go ahead. Start posting Groyper memes, too. We're cooked. We're fucking cooked. What is happening?
Reforms to the Supreme Court, which include not allowing immunity for presidents, and also new ethics rules. Now, a lot of us who used to clerk at the court believe that that's just a naked attempt to start knocking off conservative justices.
It is.
They didn't even consult Dick Durbin or the Senate Judiciary Committee on any aspect of this. What does this mean to you, what Biden is?
Well, it's a typical Biden con. He doesn't want to give up immunity because if he didn't have immunity, look at all the things he did. The $3.5 million from Russia, all the money he's taken in from China, all of the bad things and the evil things he's done, not to mention that thousands of people killed in the border. Look at the Afghanistan pullout with the worst, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. All of the things he's done that are so bad, he desperately wants immunity. There's no way he would write off immunity for a president.
But this is a really upending of our constitutional structure.
He's doing that.
And a common criticism of you from the left is he's the chaos candidate. He's the chaos former president.
Just the opposite.
And so what does that do to separation of powers if the executive branch can come along and say, oh, no, even though we have constitutional provisions governing the court, that we're just going to do this, or this is what we stand for?
It's going nowhere. They need 75%, and it's going nowhere. He can't get it. He knows that, too. It's just, I think, look.
Is it a bone
They
to the left,
staged a coup against the President of the United States. They went in and they told him, you're leaving. You're way down in the polls, 17 points, I think. You know, it's like you're in a fight with somebody, and you're really winning, and they take him out and they put somebody else in. Nobody ever heard of this before. this is a coup. They took him. They said, even though you got 14 million votes, you're out. And he said, I'm not going out.
But you're saying that's what they're kind of doing with the court as well?
No, what they're doing is they're keeping, they took him out. He was losing badly. They took him out. He wants something to say. He's sitting there with nothing to do, nobody to talk to. They threw him out. This was a coup, the first one, of the President of the United States.
But Harris endorsed this Supreme
They said
Court
you're leaving.
proposal. She endorsed this Supreme Court
she did.
proposal.
She's a radical
Every 2
left.
years, this is going to change justice.
Well, they're also, the one thing you didn't say, they want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27. They've gotten up to 27.
That's not in this proposal, but this is a response to their losing on a number of high-profile cases. I mean, not every case has gone your way or Republicans' ways. Did Republicans ever put forward a series of these types of radical proposals? I don't recall.
They haven't tended to, and we've been behind also. We've been behind in justices, and they don't do this. Actually, FDR did it a long time ago, which was interesting, but it hasn't really happened like this. It's never going to happen. I'll tell you, if I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is, and it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
I haven't seen you since the assassination attempt on your life. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I feel good.
New information keeps coming out about how this could have occurred, including text messages among some of the local law enforcement, the SWAT teams that were in place. And most recently, we found out that a local SWAT team member actually spotted crooks 90 minutes before that first shot went off. And they kept tracking him. They even saw him at one point, maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kamala Harris fucking hitting right-wing immigration framing does not change the reality that this is what the Republicans are running with. It's just not looking too good for them. Yeah, well. Turns out the Trump shooter was not only a registered Republican, but also a racist, anti-immigration, right-wing, radicalized extremist. Abadi said in his opening statement that the FBI uncovered the social media accounts that displayed about 700 extreme comments made around 2019 and 2020. According to his statement, those appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes and espouse political violence. We're gonna look at the updates in a second. False flag, brother, is just a government psyop to make the right-wing racist Republicans look right-wing and racist. I hate it when they do that. God damn it, I hate it.
Minutes before, with half hour before the shot was fired, with the rangefinder pointing it toward the roof. What's your reaction to this?
Look, I can tell you this. Once the bullets started coming at me, and I got very lucky, I have to attribute it to God, because if I didn't turn to the right, and there was no reason to turn to the right except I dropped a big sign on what a great job I'm doing on immigration, right? So the sign's coming down, and
Yes, a racist Republican shot and tried to kill Trump makes so much sense. I mean, dude, I'm not joking when I say this. It is literally more likely for a right-wing person to feel like Donald Trump is not sufficiently Nazi and lap Donald Trump on that front and want to try and kill him than it is for a liberal to pick up a fucking gun and be like, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Statistically speaking, it is incredibly more likely that you are more likely to fall victim to right-wing acts of domestic terror in this country than left-wing acts of domestic terror in this country. Okay? Would you also say the right wing are more violent than the left in America? There is no left in America for the most part, okay? But I don't know. Also, if you think that there's a serious left-wing movement in this country, look no further than the last hour last 2 hours. I've served 2 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour in the process of like explaining that Kamala Harris shouldn't form a right-wing white nativist immigration agenda as a talking point to the most criticism that I've faced thus far in the past couple of months. Okay? Where is the left? Where's the left in this goddamn country? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Kai's addressing the situation. What situation? What does his situation happen now?
To get her shit, she wanted to be anonymous and shit like that. So, I'm gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna figure all of this shit out, and hopefully I you know.
No, it's not Chris Next Door.
Put the right shit together and shit like that. And it is what it is.
It's not Chris Next Door. Shut the fuck up, chat. This is his cameraman.
Fucking annoying. And I know how the internet is gonna be like. Chat, y'all done see me go through so much shit, and it's always like. I don't be doing, like, chat, I be chilling. I generally just want to stream and just do what I have to do. But it's like, every time when I feel like you feel me?
You are a pile of garbage. You have been ignoring the struggle of the Venezuelan people. Yesterday you said you were going to talk about it, but I guess you haven't been able to find the right piece of propaganda.
I don't know. I just want y'all to know that all that shit is things. She lied about her age, yes. She's not about her age in the beginning, but she came out since she was 17. And it continued. Point blank, period. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Point blank, there's no excuse. There's no fucking excuse, bro. You feel me? So, yeah, I don't know how old he, bro, trust me, Chad, I don't, trust me, Chad, I don't know how certain, like, fucking, how old was he, though? I think he was, like, Chris is, like, 24 now, so I think he was, like, 21 going into 22, it's December, nigga, the shit's is literally, like, December 15th and then January 1st, like, he's like, you feel me? So it's just like, it's like, bro, like, it's bad. I feel like it's bad, bro. It's bad. You gotta things. And no, it's not AMP Chris. No, it's not AMP Chris. It's not AMP Chris. It is Chris, my videographer. It's not AMP Chris. Okay?
Yeah,
it's not AMP Chris. It's his cameraman. He also filmed with AMP and shit like that. Cameraman, but I'm cutting all of that. I'm cutting all of that. I'm cutting all of that. I'm cutting all of that shit. I don't condone it. I don't give a fuck, bro. Shit is whack, bro. It's whack. It's whack. It's disappointing, nigga. That shit is like, what the fuck? But all I could say though, chat, is that that's all I have to say, bro. I have nothing more to say. I don't know what else to say. I don't. Y'all know how I feel about it. I don't fuck with that shit. I don't like it. That shit is crazy. That shit is fucking crazy. Anybody who do shit like that, that shit is fucking crazy, bro. And this is me being for real, gang. It's me being real. It's me being 100% honest. It's me being transparent with you niggas. It is me being 100% real. So y'all know how I really feel about certain situations. You feel me? Don't be doing that, bro. You feel me? So moving forward, I'm gonna go ahead and we do shit. I gotta lock in even more. So, yeah, I gotta lock in even more, and yeah, I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. I'm making sure that shit behind the scenes is being taken care of the correct way. You feel me? The correct way. And I appreciate y'all. I'm about to see like what's up. You feel me? Like, yeah, I'm no longer working with him and shit like that. So y'all got nothing to worry about on that. But I gotta just keep doing shit. You feel me? I love y'all though. I love y'all, bro. I'm gonna just try to see what I can do. I just don't know how much, like, you know, the trolling and shit with the internet and these scenarios and shit, but it's I'll figure it out. I always do. You know, I always do. So I love y'all so much. I wish I could have streamed for y'all today even longer. I had something even more planned, but unfortunately this had to be short.
Who the fuck's defending it? No one is defending it in my chat. I don't think.
I don't think it's the time for that right now. Nobody's and
His cameraman, who's also unfortunately named Chris, was talking to a minor when she was 17 or 16, 17, sexually, and continued talking to her after she revealed that she was 17. She literally was like, hey, I want to let you know that I'm 17 years old. And he just still kept talking. He was 22. Yeah, it's just not okay. I don't know why people are even remotely trying to defend it. It's ridiculous. In terms of like what people think, no, he wasn't 19 then. He was 21 or 22. Yeah, she was 17 and is now 19. He was 22 and is now 24. Anyway, chat only capable of comparing to other sex crimes they know of and singing Kendrick lyrics. Grow up. Yeah. As far as the Venezuelan stuff goes, I don't know why chatters are in here thinking that like I'm gonna be like, I love Maduro. He's the best leader for Venezuela, and like that he is the most just, most honest, most glorious socialist leader. I'm not exactly a big Maduro fan. I have been pretty open about my criticisms towards Maduro beyond the memes. Like, I don't even think half of his base are Maduro fans. They're just still Chavistas for the most part. Why is Elon so against it? May have missed it. I don't know, because it's a good opportunity to talk shit. I don't know, and be like it's socialism. What's good, big dog? We spoke about it in this stream from 2 years ago, and I think it's still spot on. But yeah. Street clashes turn deadly as Venezuela's power struggle deepens. Fatal violence comes out as both President Nicolas Maduro and the opposition claim victory in the presidential election. More protests were taking place on Tuesday. At least 16 people, including one soldier, have died, and about 750 more have been arrested as a result of the protests in Venezuela following the highly contentious presidential election over the weekend, according to rights groups, government officials, and relatives of victims. Election officials declared the nation's autocratic leader, President Nicolas Maduro, the winner of another 6-year term early Monday, saying he handily beat former diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez. But the government has not released the full results, and many countries, including the U.S., have said that the vote was marred by widespread irregularities. Both sides of the country's political divide called on followers to take to the streets, which resulted in deadly clashes on Monday. Demonstrations continued on Tuesday, signaling that the crisis was far from over. Hundreds of people gathered early Tuesday outside the United Nations office in Caracas, the capital, denouncing the official results. We are totally united, said Robert Castellanos, 46, a chef who was an election monitor in his district, where he said Mr. Gonzalez had received 3 times as many votes as the president. This has been the biggest fraud in the history of Latin America. I don't know the exact details, but in prior elections with Maduro, there has usually been third party. There have been like outside. There have been outside observers, like third party monitors from the EU. I don't know if they have outside observers in this one. The opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, released data on Tuesday night that she says she showed Mr. Gonzalez, the candidate she backed, winning the presidency in landslide. The opposition's updated results using paper tallies observers collected from 81% of the nation's voting machines show that Mr. Gonzalez had won 7.1 million votes, or 67% versus 3.2 million or 30% for Mr. Maduro. So the thing is, I don't trust the American State Department or the Office of the Americas. Okay, OAS, the State Department, is basically never going to be honest about this sort of shit. Historically, they're never honest about this sort of shit. But this actual election does seemingly have a lot of irregularities that are that haven't been present in previous elections in Venezuela even. So we shall see. But if they had third-party observers, National Lawyers Guild electoral observers praised fairness, transparency of Venezuelan election process, condemned the U.S.-backed opposition's refusal to accept the outcome of the democratic election. But like I said, we shall see. Clicking this link is a bad business decision. What, breakthrough news? Here's what the media isn't telling you about the Venezuelan election. They'll probably say the same shit that I said. Or they might go a little bit further beyond. And say that it's actually the best election that's ever happened. Ultimately, I don't know exactly what the details are. I do know that there are obviously people with interests, in a changing of the guard in Venezuela, specifically the American government. Having said that, Maduro is not necessarily a good person, nor a good leader. Let's be for fucking real. He's just not. He is, I would say that he has relied on Hugo Chavez and Chavistas to maintain his grip of power. He's pretty fucking aggressive, to say the least. And ultimately, I don't know what the actual decisions are here that happen, but I do find it rather ironic that so much of the narrative here in terms of in the United States of America, the narrative with migrants are actually Venezuelan migrants, which we have offered temporary protective status to for political reasons, because we want to launch a Venezuelan opposition here in America like we have one for Cuba. And part of the reason why those people are fleeing Venezuela, aside from the political repression of the Maduro regime, is also the crippling sanctions on the Venezuelan country. Okay? So the irony is, like, we're creating all of the immigration, the migration patterns into the United States of America, but this one we're directly responsible for. But yeah, Maduro has also, on the issue of foreign policy, alienated other Latin American socialists and socialist adjacent left-wing administrations, including talking about invading Guyana. Classic. Just a classic thing that people that are losing their grip of power like to do to galvanize nationalistic sentiment. So there was that. So it's a situation where I think the Venezuelan people are stuck between a rock and a hard place ultimately. But I don't really know what happened. Despite the soundness of the electoral process, the U.S.-backed opposition. I mean, a delegation of 5 election observers, dude. 5? That's crazy. Come on, dude. Monitor the presidential elections in Venezuela that took place in July 28, 2024. The delegation observed a transparent, fair voting process with scrupulous attention to legitimacy, access to the polls, and pluralism. I don't know. Maybe there were UN observers. I don't think there were this time. There were last time. Last time around, they did actually have like European observers there as well. Despite the soundness of the electoral process, the U.S.-backed opposition, with support from anti-Maduro Western press, has refused to accept the results, undermining the stability of Venezuela's democracy. The president of the Consejo Nacional Electoral, Elvis Amoroso, called upon the Attorney General to investigate the attacks on the electoral transmission system. The delegation strongly condemns these attacks on the electoral system, as well as the role of the U.S. in undermining the democratic process. The official election results were announced shortly after 12 a.m. on July 29th. President Nicolas Maduro had been reelected with a 51.2% share of the vote. His leading challenger, Edmundo Gonzalez, took 44.2% of the vote, with turnout approximately 59% throughout the country, with a voting electorate of over 21.3 million people. The delegation visited several polling sites in Caracas and La Guaira and shared notes and information with the 910 electoral observers present from 95 countries and many organizations, including Carter Center, the United Nations, the African Union, and the Latin American Council of Electoral Experts. During the delegation's visit to the polling sites, members spoke freely with voters, including supporters of both the government and the opposition. We found that the voters across the board expressed strong confidence in the electoral system and did not note any problems or hindrances casting their ballots. The electoral system was highly transparent and well facilitated, overseen by the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the fifth branch of the Venezuelan government, which manages the electoral process. The voting system in Venezuela, dubbed the best in the world by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. Carter Center has said the process is good in the country. They've done this all over the world. Ensures both access. It's the Carter Center. Ensures both access to the polls is clear and identification of voters, promoting a secure system that inspires confidence in the Venezuelan public. Notably, Venezuelans cast both an electronic vote and a printed paper ballot in order to verify electoral totals, a check that is performed automatically at 54% of polling locations chosen at random. So the thing is, the numbers sound legit. There are too many outside observers with varying interests to have been manipulated. Yeah, I mean, if there are outside observers, as there were, this gives me a little bit more confidence about the election results. The percentages, however, for the record, being so close, actually also, once again, spell a shit ton of trouble for the Maduro administration, especially because he's losing his grip on power. He is no longer he is basically relied on, like the Chavez popularity in the base, and the more proximity he has to the Chavistas and that base of support, the worse things will get. And it's actually significantly worse. It's getting significantly worse because he's going to have to be more and more brutal in terms of suppressing the opposition, while also the people keep getting more and more reactionary, more and more aggressive, understandably, because the material conditions are worsening. It's crazy for Boris, that rat who continues to destroy the progressive movement in Chile, should have asked the fucking Chilean observers who have not claimed fraud instead of tweeting that the election is fraud. Venezuela is fucked no matter what. Maduro sucks and ruin the country. Venezuelan opposition is CIA and sucks and will ruin the country. American sanctions ruin the country and suck. Even the Venezuelan communist parties don't support Maduro, but they also don't support the CIA. Even other communist parties in Latam don't like Maduro. Literally everyone in Venezuelan politics is garbage. What more is there to say? Yeah. He won by 8 points. That's still decent. Come on, bro. If he won by 8 points, that means he's within 8 points distance of like some of the angriest crowds you've ever seen. That means half the country. It's like Turkey. It's literally like half the fucking country just wants to kill him. It doesn't mean half the country is like, oh man, I guess we got to take our ball and go home. It means something different. It's not like America, okay? That means like tens of millions of people in Venezuela are like, I am chomping at the bit to fucking execute this man. That's what it fucking means. And that's precisely why it in a situation like this, when you don't have like strong popular support and your base of support is withering away, outside parties can take advantage of that. You know, outside parties can take advantage of that dramatically. I mean, anytime there's shit that happens in Latin American countries and South America or even in North America beyond the Southern American border, okay? You all of a sudden are going to have people greatly and dramatically accelerating tensions and using the opposition as like the legitimate, using the opposition as like the only legitimate voice in the country. It especially helps when the opposition is actually has a better connection to America because their family members fled to the United States of America and got temporary protected status. But I don't know. I don't think he's very popular in Venezuela. I don't think Maduro is very popular in Venezuela. But I think the alternative, the American government-backed alternative, is also not going to be good for Venezuela either. So it seems heartbreaking that the people of Venezuela are stuck between U.S. sanctions, the CIA, and a despotic leader who is desperately clinging on to power, which, historically speaking, never really work well for the people at all. Is the majority of Venezuela's economy private industry and the CIA still thinks it's socialist? No, it's not even about fucking socialism at that point. Desperately clinging on the power by calling an election. I mean, even the percentages don't look good for him regardless. Like even if these numbers are completely correct, they still don't look good for him at all. It's like damn near identical. Is damn near identical to like Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Anyway. The CIA backed is better than the militia killing poor people in favelas right now, all sent by Maduro. Wait, what? Yeah, no, you're right. When the CIA goes into the favelas and kills everyone, then it's good. When the CIA backed militias, when the CIA backed militias go in to the favelas and kill people, that's good. Okay? Favelas. No, there is no situation where the CIA is good. Especially in Latin America. You laughing because of ignorance? No, I'm not even denying that Maduro is brutal. He's not exactly a good leader. But if you think that like If there's one group of people that have been historically ruthless in Latin America, it's the motherfucking CIA. I'm laughing at you saying, no, you don't understand. The CIA-backed leader would be better. It's also additionally funny because you're saying that you're saying that to a Turkish dude who, you know, hates the current administration in Turkey, but much like many of the other Turkish people that saw what happened, would not prefer a CIA-backed leadership in the form of Fethullah Gülen to run the country. Like, anyway. Will you recognize Juan Guaido as the true winner of the election? I will. Hi, Hasan. I'm Venezuelan, living in Venezuela. These protests were backed by the working class. Petare, the biggest slum in Latam, protests yesterday and today. Even El Hampa gang groups joined the protest to help and protect civilians that protest against the regime. It's a really crazy situation never seen before. Carter Center left the country before releasing their preliminary report. Wait, why would they fucking release their report? Why would they leave the country? That doesn't make sense. No, but yes, there is a lot of unrest in. There is definitely, it seems, a lot of unrest in Venezuela right now. And that seemingly in situations like that, the Venezuelan government in general will very aggressively clamp down. Pro-coup protests in Venezuela have torn down the statue of historic indigenous chief Coromoto and shouted, "Long live Christ," as they dragged it through the streets. Racism is long been a feature. I mean, guys, how many times does this happen? Like, not every fucking protest, especially in Latin American countries, is going to be entirely CIA-backed or led by right-wing fascists. Does this mean that there aren't right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro? Of course. Of course there are right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro. Okay? Right-wing Christo fascists that are anti-Maduro. They are protesting most likely alongside other groups that are not right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro. Maduro is not a very popular person. Okay? In a lot of circumstances, especially in Latin American countries or in a number of different color revolutions that have taken place, there is very real momentum on the ground. There is very real anger and resentment towards the administration. That's why the American government has this crippling sanctions regime. The goal is to piss off enough subsects of the society so that there is a mass mobilization of people from all different walks of life, independent backgrounds, that get together and say, fuck this guy. This guy's the reason why we're dying. This guy's the reason why we're starving. A good management, a good administration that is capable of governing adequately will be able to cast all of that aside and be able to control the panic. Cuba is a decent example of this. There are a million different SOS Cuba, Cuba Libre fucking protests that spark up, and the media immediately runs to talk about how fucking Cubans are desperate for liberation. They want drone strikes immediately. They want drone strikes immediately in Cuba. SOS Cuba. And it goes away, and people fucking forget about it. Fox News goes so far as to show pro-government protesters and make it seem like they're anti-government protesters. Okay? Venezuela is a little bit different, however. The reason for why Venezuela is a little bit different is because they don't have good governance. I don't know how Venezuelans get out of this. I don't know how Venezuelans actually I don't know what the best possible outcome is, but I do know it's not going to be a fucking American State Department crony. Venezuela is much more rich in natural resources. That's also true. Something to also remember, something to also consider is that when Juan Guaido, the real leader of Venezuela, my favorite leader of all time, was running and campaigning, instead of running the country in Venezuela, he was coming to the United States of America and talking about, one, reaffirming his commitment to the state of Israel, and two, privatizing the oil fields and the oil refineries. Why was that the number one and number two? Why was that the number one and number two policy prescriptions that would help the Venezuelan economy? I do not know. Why did he run on that message? Why did he run on that message in the United States of America? I do not know. A chart related to U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. If you're interested, it's really hard to capture. It's really hard to capture just how otherworldly Venezuela's economic collapse was. This chart is from our series on U.S. sanctions. It's worse than peacetime in terms of peacetime economic decline from 2012 to 2020. It's not just sanctions, by the way. Sanctions play a big role in this, but it's not just sanctions. It's also the fact that they're like a single resource economy, and there was much cheaper oil available elsewhere. But it is wild that it's worse than fucking wartime economic decline in Yemen. Okay? When there's popular resistance against a U.S.-backed candidate, there will be radio silence by Western media. Yeah. There's a multitude of different reasons, but sanctions would certainly ease the process. There's corruption, there's incompetent leadership, but obviously the most significant aspect of this is still sanctions. Not diversifying its economy is a major L. And they did try, like Chavez tried, to incredible opposition from private industry ownership over the economy, and private like supermarket, grocery store owners and agricultural business producers were heavily against Chavez and refused to lean into the diversification efforts. Reported in 2021, the government's revenue was reported to shrink by 99%, with the country currently living on 1% of its pre-sanctions income. Do you mean Maduro, not Chavez? No, Chavez. Chavez attempted to diversify the Venezuelan economy, recognizing that living on a single resource economy, like being a single resource economy, would not be great for Venezuela's future, even though at the time, oil was pretty fucking good. It was pretty mint. Problem is, a lot of the industry titans at the time, Fox News was writing articles about how Venezuela is more capitalist than France And the reason why they were writing that is because, one, it's fucking true. They literally had a larger private sector than fucking France in 2012. Okay? And two, at the time, they were doing really well. So, of course, when a state is doing really well, people turn around and say, Americans turn around and say, they're not socialists, they're fucking capitalists. And then they make sure that the state is not doing well. Cuba also struggled during their revolution because their economy revolved around sugar and only really survived because the USSR bought all their sugar. Chavez was trying not to make the same mistakes. Yeah. But yeah. You got to put two moves in perspective at the same time. U.S. shale boom was government policy to engineer collapse in global oil prices, and at the same time, U.S. blocks Venezuelan diversification efforts. They knew what they were doing. Sure. Anyway, what? Elon gonna ban the word weird? Wait, what? No. Oh, Aiden Ross announced to be streaming with Donald Trump on August the 5th. What the fuck? I gotta pee.
Just say, from the bottom of my heart, I wouldn't be here without you guys, and I'm really, really blessed and happy to be in this situation. What I'm about to say. August 5th, which is next Monday, I have a stream with the President Donald Trump. We've been working on this for weeks, months. It's officially locked in. We will have a live stream with President Donald Trump on August 5th. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be probably around like 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'll have a stay up to date on my socials, but it's 100% locked in. And I just got the clearance to announce. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Trump team and everyone that helped me get involved with this. I want to shout out a lot of people as well, but I will towards closer to that stream. Yeah, I'm just super pumped. Thank you so much to Dana. Dana White really helped me align this together. Thank you so much, Dana. I really appreciate it, man. This could be by far one of the most important streams I've ever done in my life. I also want to stay up to date on my socials, but it's 100% locked in. And I just got the clearance to announce. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Trump team and everyone that helped me get involved with.
This is awesome. Aiden's audience is too young to vote, though. Yes. Also, there is going to be an insane amount of media. I don't think Aiden Ross understands. Like, he thinks that Twitter is mean. Okay? Wait until fucking Washington Post gets a hold of who Aiden Ross is, specifically to shit on Donald Trump. They're going to be like, Donald Trump went on the live stream of a dude that has had Nazis on his stream. That, like, I can't. You must be jealous. Oh, so jealous. Like, the amount of attack ads that are going to be coming at, the amount of attack. This is like literally the equivalent of like Donald Trump going to dinner with Kanye West and Nicholas Fuentes. Okay. Like, they're going to be like, he showed porn to his audience of minors. Like, I don't even know where they're going to start. They're going to be like, he's the number one Andrew Tate dick rider. Aiden Ross's 5 most controversial takes that landed him in hot waters. This doesn't even scratch the surface. Okay. Aiden Ross tells viewers to slit brother's throat. A HasanAbi fan for $20,000. In a now deleted stream that went live on March 3rd, Aiden Ross was clipped on separate occasions, suggesting a couple of his viewers urinate or slit the throats of their respective brothers because they were fans of HasanAbi and Destiny and used to watch their content instead of Aiden's content. Act Black. Jake Lucky's safety. Oh, he told Jake Lucky to kill himself. Aiden Ross was indefinitely banned on Twitch today, saying his friends say it was permanent. Likely reason for him saying a homophobic slur F word on your Rageously stream last week. This is like an unimaginable amount of media attention to both Kick and Aiden Ross. 2 things that I promise you they do not understand will be really fucking bad. Okay? I don't think that Aiden Ross is thinking about how bad this will be for him. I don't think the Trump administration understands how bad this will be for them as well. Isn't any publicity good? Not when you're running for president, man. What the fuck? Not when you're running for president and you are already the president and then you do clown shit. I, on the other hand, am looking forward to this piece of incredible content. We will be eating good. So I'm excited. Incoming Axios think piece, a deep dive into the 5 worst pedophiles who have streamed on the platform visited by Donald Trump last week. It's definitely going to be an impersonator. I'm calling it. Yeah. But I mean, who knows? Donald Trump has literally linked up with the Nelk boys many times. Donald Trump has personally gone on, Logan Paul's Impulsive podcast. So jealous. What is this? Oh. The Republicans and Democrats seem to be making the worst moves either of them can do. Is like they're trying to one-up each other on terrible messaging. Yeah. He's also linked up with Dana White. So do you think the alarmist claims from TikTok lives about the threat of MAGA hogs and the government not certifying the election have any merit worth being concerned about? What? Trump doesn't have pronouns? Oh, I saw this. This is so stupid.
Her Twitter bio, which I never noticed until this morning, states her pronouns as she/her. What are your pronouns?
I don't want pronouns. I don't want pronouns. I saw
So
that.
you're fluid? What is that?
Nobody even knows what that means. Ask her to describe exactly what.
So you're fluid?
I don't want pronouns. I saw that.
So you're fluid? What is
I'm calling it. I'm calling it. That's my ace, bisexual, non-binary, themper. Okay?
Nobody even knows what that means. Ask.
What do you mean nobody knows what that means? Like, it's just pronouns, man. Like, what the fuck? You just said
to describe.
Ask her to describe it. What do you think you just used? You literally just used her pronouns. That's just what it is. Like, nobody knows. What is grammar? Many people are saying grammar is wrong, and I agree with those people. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Okay, I'm done for today, dude. I'm done. I can't do this no more.
Exactly what that means.
Well, what is that? Why are people
Nobody
doing
knows.
That? Well, what is
Live.
Oh.
A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.